these things and in my chains. I am such a loner. San Francisco places got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. Nico, beast mode, 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 Nico, beast mode. This is not a main thing, really, I'm a coder. Call these things and in my chains. I am such a loner. San Francisco places got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. Nico, beast mode, Nico, beast mode, Nico, beast mode.
Yo, what's up? Let's study some full stack.
Nico, beast mode, Nico, beast mode, Nico, beast mode, Nico, beast mode.
Run it back, run it back.
This is not a main thing, really, I'm a coder. Call these things and in my chains. I am such a loner. San Francisco places got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. Nico, beast mode, Nico, beast mode, Nico, beast mode, Nico, beast mode, Nico.
Yo, chat, what's up? Wait, let me hang this. How's the audio, by the way? Yo, work is good, just ramping up. I just need to keep learning a bunch of new technology. Farzan, the office is literally right beside you. Audio's good. I'll take you up it too. Take you on an office visit. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm gonna learn some new things today. I need to practice a little bit of GraphQL. You know, obviously like React on the front end, React and Flow, GraphQL and Relay. Well, one of the offices is in MPK. The other, there's a crap ton of offices, bro. Let's read some docs. This is how we're gonna spend some Saturday night reading some docs. Yeah, for sure, 100%. I'll message you. Yo, I need to get people scheduled for mock interviews tomorrow. I got some time. Nandish, where do you work? It's a nice office. Oh, where do you, congrats man, congrats. Where do you take a shuttle to work or you drive to work? Where do you live? Are you Sui also? Okay, I need to schedule some mock interviews. Okay, when should I start? Nice, okay. What did you take? You have like a comp sci degree and stuff? I'm gonna book some coding interviews. I think tomorrow there's that beta breakers thing. But I think I can start streaming, maybe I'll stream from like, yo SB, what's up? Might stream from like 3 a.m. or 3 p.m. to maybe 8 p.m. Let's see, who needs a coding interview? People are messaging me already, so I need to... I've been good, man. Just ramping up on my new job. How do you transition from web dev to AI/ML? That's what I'm trying to do right now. I think what you just need to work at a company that kind of does it. Oh, what's OMSCS? Is that the Georgia Tech thing? Is that the Georgia Tech thing? Ooh, okay. Let me know how that goes. Okay, let me see what people are saying on the Discord. Okay. Needs. I'm just looking at the Discord quick. This person needs resume advice. Need coding interviews. This person got a Yelp. Oh yeah, JM39. You're in your first year, you've done 250 lead code questions, but when you take OAs, you struggle. Even I struggle with OAs and I've done 650 lead code questions. You just have to keep spamming them, honestly. OAs are really hard and they're just getting harder and harder. So you just need to keep studying and then try your best, honestly. Like if you struggle with OAs, you're not the only one. I still struggle with OAs to this day. Does that answer your question? Hope that answers your question. Um, doing more coding interviews tomorrow. Let's get it. describe your data. So you come up with types, have a name, a string, tagline, string, contributors, user. You ask for what you want, and you get predictable results. Makes sense. Damn, I spilled. Give me a sec. GraphQL is a query language for APIs and a runtime for fulfilling those queries with your existing data. GraphQL provides a complete and understandable description of your data in the API, gives clients the power to ask exactly what they need and nothing more, makes it easier to evolve APIs over time, and enables powerful developer tools. You can ask for hero name. Okay. Makes sense in practice or in theory. Wait. I'm gonna have to pause the stream real quick. It's annoying. Glitched. One sec. Back up. Alright, sounds good. GraphQL is a query language for your API and a server-side runtime for executing queries using a type system you define for your data. The GraphQL specification was open source in 2015 and has since been implemented to a variety of programming languages. GraphQL isn't tied to any specific database or storage engine. It's backed by existing code and data. If you're already familiar with GraphQL and you would like to read the documentation, it's pretty good so far. I already been there for 2 weeks, but starting to ramp up and learn all the different systems. So that's what I'm focused on right now, is learning all the different systems so I could be a good contributor. Jack, where are you working right now? Describe your API with a type system. A GraphQL service is created by defining types and their fields, and then writing a function for each field to provide the required data. Nice. What year are you in and what school do you go to? You define types and their field. Okay, we'll get to that. We query me user type. Okay. Nice. That's a really good school. Where'd you get your internship? Yeah, I'm E4. Thank you. Thank you. I love my Australians. Yo, Tom, what's up? What bank? Like TD? Scotiabank? So we're saying me returns. RBC? Nice. I don't bank with RBC. I bank with TD, but a lot of my friends like RBC. RBC is like one of the more tech focused companies, I feel. Tom, where are you interning at? Where are you interning at? Nice. What's Hitachi again? Sounds familiar. Sounds familiar. What's Hitachi again? Japanese company. Public company. Pretty sick. Provide data for the me field on the query. After Graph is running typically at a URL on a web service, it can receive GraphQL queries to validate and execute from clients. Yo, that's crazy. Tom, where do you live again? Any Baltimore? Oh, Maryland? Nice. DMV. Client requirements change over time, and GraphQL allows your API to evolve in response to those. And if a new feature calls for more specific name values to be valuable, oh, you could do. ID and appears in the hero object. Okay. Okay, give me back the ID. Give me back the appears in. Recruiter reached out. Because they're okay. Let's talk. Let's just read this documentation top to bottom. The GraphQL type system describes what data can be queried from the API. The collection of those capabilities is referred to as the service's schema, and clients can use that schema to send queries to the API that return predictable results. Yeah, they love binary trees. I think. I don't know. I don't really have access to the questions, but if you look at like the top questions asked on LeetCode, you'll see that they like binary trees. is this? The GraphQL's type system describes what data can be queried from the API. The collection of these capabilities referred to as the services schema, and clients that use the schema can send queries. On this page, we'll explore GraphQL's 6 kinds of name definitions, as well as other features of the type system to learn how they may be used to describe your data and the relationships between them. Since GraphQL can be used with any backend framework or programming language, you'll avoid implementation-specific details and talk about concepts. If you've seen a GraphQL query before, you know the GraphQL query language is basically about selecting fields on objects. So we want to grab a hero and grab the name it appears in. We start with a special root object. Then we select the hero field on that. For the object returned by hero, we select the name. Okay. So these are steps to query. Because the shape of the GraphQL query closely matches the result, we can predict what the query will return without knowing that much about the server. But it's useful to have an exact description of the data we can request. For example, what fields can we select? What kind of objects might they return? What fields are available on those sub-objects? That's where schema comes in. Every GraphQL service defines a set of types that completely describe the set of possible data. Stoic mindset. How many questions have you done? I would say it's all about practice. How often do you practice? Have you done mock interviews? Like it's really just about practicing. It's all about practice, man. How many questions have you done? GraphQL services can be written in any language, and there are many different approaches you can take when defining the types in a schema. Some libraries have you construct the schema types, fields, and resolver functions together using the same programming language that was used to write the GraphQL. Some libraries allow you to define types and fields more ergonomically using what's commonly called the schema definition language, and then write resolver functions for what need to make sure I understand. Need to understand resolver functions. We'll use the SDL because it's similar to query. Okay. The most basic components of a GraphQL schema are object types, which represent a kind of object you can fetch from your service and what fields it has. Okay. The language is readable, but let's go over it so we can have a shared vocabulary. Yo, you're in 8th grade doing LeetCode questions? Yo, we should hop on. You should hop on the channel. We should do a mock interview. That would be a good content. Big 8th grader takes on a coding interview. We gotta see how cracked these 18-year-olds are these days. Or grade 8. Grade 8, how old is grade 8? Like 15 or 16? Character is a GraphQL object type, meaning it's a type with some fields. Honestly, the best way to get a leak code is just doing competitions, doing mock interviews. Of course, practicing is good too, but you need to see where you're at. Name and appears in are on the character type. That means the name and appears in are the only fields that can appear on any part of the GraphQL query that operates on the character type. String is, so there's object types and scalar types. So the different, okay. There's object types. Types. GraphQL. We have object types. Yeah, should I message him? You like Plasmatic, huh? I'll message him right now. I'll message Plasmatic right now. Yeah, I'll send him this. So in GraphQL, there's object types. Object types, these define objects you can query from your database and the fields that are set on it. GraphQL object type. So you can define like type. This is the object and has a field string. This means required. I think, yeah, that means required. Most of the types will be object types. Yo, Fane, what's up? Name and appears in our fields. And the fields that are on it. There's also scalar. There's also scalar fields. Or not scalar. I don't know if that's a good word to say it, but... Oh yeah, scalar types. our built-in scalar types. What are different scalar types here? I'm using Notion for note-taking. It's my favorite one for note-taking. A GraphQL object type has a name and field, but at some point those fields must resolve to some concrete data. That's where the scalar types come in. They represent the leaf values of a query. Yeah, that makes sense. There's are also scalar fields. Scalar fields are leaf data. It's like the actual data that's being returned. They resolve the actual data. We know this because those fields don't have any subfields. They're leaves of the query. Imagine, or GraphQL sets come with default scalar types. You can have an integer, a float, a string, a boolean, or ID. Okay. So we have an int. We have int. We have, it's like a 32-bit integer. What else do we have? Float, string, boolean, ID. Then it's up. Cool. String means that the field is a non-null type, meaning promises that to give you a value whenever you query this field. So, okay, the exclamation mark means required. You can have list types. Every field on a GraphQL object can have 0 or more. Yeah, I'm just studying in general. You always got to keep the skills sharp. So, studying. I'm just trying to get better at full stack dev. I'm gonna be just to get my bearings and just to make an impact on my new job. And I'm gonna be studying AI stuff probably for the rest of the year, just so I can improve my skills for the future, because that's what the future is. You just gotta keep studying, man. But I already did stuff today, so I was out all the way up until 4, so now it's just time to study. Get some water. One sec, I'm just grabbing water quick. What are y'all studying these days? Just leak code or what? Yeah, honestly, it sucks. Do you know any really good DSA courses? Any ML courses? Because right now it goes... Good DSA courses. I would say try out the Grokking the Coding interview. So you want Grokking. I'm debating doing leak code or code forces. Just do leak code. Unless you want to be really cracked. For Fang, honestly not that deep. For startups, they go really deep into your previous projects and resumes. Loki, I think it's more important at a startup to ask that stuff. Okay. One field called unit. When an argument is optional, we can define a default value. Yeah, honestly, I don't spend too much time doing courses. I just straight do questions and mock interviews and stuff. That's kind of how I learn. But there's a lot of resources. Like the ones that I can think of is like cracking the coding interview, patterns. There's elements. That book sucks. Not gonna lie. Grokking the coding interview is a really good resource. What else? I don't even know. Nice, yo. Just keep grinding, man. Just keep grinding. What's CLRS? For Fang interviews, they don't ask technical side of your projects. Honestly, not that much. Be real yourself. Codeforce is a level above Lead Code. Codeforces is definitely harder, but it's super focused on math. I've never heard of this book before, so I can't give advice on it. For AI stuff, I'm reading this book. Let me see. It's called Generative AI System Design. Let me change my filters. I'm reading this book called Generative AI System Design Interview. Nah, what the heck? There you go. Yeah, what company? So there's a few operations. Query, mutation, and subscription. Got you, man. Got you. Root operation type. It's mentioned root operation type like multiple times. What's Are the Lead Code company questions actually accurate? Yeah, they're really accurate. The problem that I did before is I didn't study the top 100. I failed a couple interviews because I didn't study those company specific ones. For example, when I did DoorDash, I straight up didn't look at the top 100, and it just made my life a lot harder. And then all the questions that they asked me were just straight up on the top 100 like tag questions. So I would go look at the discussion stuff. I would look at the ones on the discussion, and I would look at the tag top 100 ones. What is a root operation type? Do you suggest getting leak code premium before getting leak code? Yeah, get leak code premium. It's definitely worth your money. A schema defines the initial root operation type for each kind of operation it supports. Query. This determines the place in the type system where those operations begin. Okay. So the query root operation type must be provided and must be an object. So it's a string. The mutation. The root operation type is optional. If it is not provided, service does not support mutations. Okay, what is this? Yo, what's up? I'm studying for both my new job and for just getting better. I'm just studying GraphQL because GraphQL is used in Facebook a lot. Can you explain me what the root operation type? Type in GraphQL is. I'm not doing hack anymore. Yeah, I'm doing hack. I don't need to learn it that much though. It kind of makes sense. It's not really that difficult. Oh, okay, that's the root operation type. So is the root? No, I have the vacation planned. I have a vacation from July 4 to 20 in Europe. Maybe I'll vlog it or something. But it's planned. I just need to just waiting. I'm super excited though. I'm gonna be hitting UK, France, Paris, Nice, Paris, and I'll be in Barcelona. So if you're around, hit me up. Yo, I should do that at some point. Keyword query. Mutation and yo, you like it? My bad, my bad. Dude, what is this? I'm still trying to understand. Must support query operations. Droid. Okay. I see. I see. The- Schemas are also may also support mutation and subscription operations by adding additional mutation. So we have a that's where the scalar types. Okay, we already looked at that. So there's enum types. What does your application do? Damn, I haven't never learned Prisma yet too. Is Prisma for GraphQL? I've seen people use Prisma. But for like TypeScript and stuff. Oh, it's like it's like the ORM. I see, I see. Whoever uses episode. GraphQL service implementations and input service in various. What's Corsical? Yes, I've never heard of Corsical. Run it. Run the link to your website. Holy crap, there's so much here. On the types. Just on the types. Give me a hello world on GraphQL. Let's see what this is saying. Wait, be right back. Still working on the back end. Yo, good job though. Just working on anything and getting anything done. I applaud you. It's not easy to actually work on things. A little bit sick. So you define a GraphQL schema. ID, okay. You define queries. Okay, so these are the roots. So you can give to-dos, you can do like one to-do. Wow, this is crazy. Take a look at this. So we can do query on to-dos, we can get ID. We can get specific to-do. What did you make that people that they had to take down? You don't have to define the return type there. I see. Yeah, just first the first thing is just straight up land the interview. Landing the interview is pretty much the hardest part, but also they ask some really hard questions. Like I had like some people that I know who are interns and they're asking them some like I think they even ramped up the questions. It's kind of weird. But just get good at lead code honestly. Linked do you go to Waterloo? Meta's been pretty good. Pretty good. I'm learning a lot and that's the good part. Oh, I see. UNC. I know UNC. I know UNC. Is the Chapel Hill one right beside Duke? Is that the one that's close right beside Duke? That's the one right beside Duke, essentially. Yeah, I heard about Microsoft layoffs. I have a couple people. I have friends who work at Microsoft. It's pretty unfortunate because those companies are hitting like record profits. But I saw that they laid off 3% and it ended up being like 6,000 people or something. It's crazy. But they laid off software engineers and stuff, I'm pretty sure. Yo, man, the Duke and UNC rivalry goes deep. Yo, you want to collab at some point? We should chat. Yeah, I don't know. This is wild. Okay, then you define the resolvers. This would actually like run the query for it. Are you in the Discord? What would you say is something that separates a good suite from a decent one or a bad one? I think you'll hop on my channel. You'll see how to get access to Discord. There should be a link right there. Let me know if it doesn't work. Let's see what everyone on the Discord is saying. Sick. I'm like scheduling mock interviews today, or let's see. I have one. Let's see. Let me fix that. Sick. Dude, this is like... Let's build like a simple one out. File. Wow, I miss cursor. I really miss cursor. So like, don't fully generate it for me. GraphQL and Express, okay. We will have our schemas, our resolvers, our models, our data sources. Can you explain request parsing, resolver execution, response formatting, built-in error handling, performance monitoring, caching mechanisms. Are some GraphQL server implementations for PHP. What's larmos? Okay, let's just go with Apollo. Why do you need to define express? To use express with Nest.js? Nest.js or Next.js? Await server.start, server.apply middleware app. Okay, this makes sense. Okay. Okay. Let's keep reading the notes. Let's keep reading the notes. Okay, there's queries. I'm starting to understand it a lot more. There's a bunch of types. Okay, let's look at queries. So we can ask for a hero and it'll return us back a character. Give me a sec. Wait. Give me a sec. Be right back. Be right back. The one thing that was really appealing for me with GraphQL instead of using REST was how much data I would be overfetching with REST API. But, well, with the REST API, you can make it so that you don't fetch everything if you pass in like query parameters and stuff. You can like finesse it so it doesn't return everything, or you can use query parameters to sort of define what you need to fetch. Maybe that's not proper REST principles though. It's like a separate discussion. And bro, you're going crazy for just being a student. You're learning a lot, or you're studying a lot, which is good. You gotta keep up with everything. Get ahead. Validation. At its simplest, GraphQL is about asking for specific fields on objects. Let's look at the hero field that's defined on the query type in the schema. We can see that the result we get when we query it are ID. I use a lot of AWS Lambda too. Are you working on anything right now? So we're the request will return on a top level data in the response. In the previous example, we asked for the name of our hero, which returned a string, but fields also return object types and list there. So we can be like friends and return, okay. GraphQL queries can traverse related objects and their fields, letting clients fetch Oh, that's sick. Are you working on that right now or what? If the only thing we do is traverse, GraphQL would already be useful. But when you add the ability to pass in arguments, things get much interesting. Yo, that's sick. That's a really. I hope your app is doing well. Or I hope you're learning a lot from working on that. We have used an enum type, which represents one of the finite sets of options. In this case, units of length either meter or foot. Yep. Yo, working on your own side projects too is gonna make you so much better at system design. I swear, just keep grinding. You already have the right attitude and are doing the right things to become successful, I swear. You're having fun though? Seems like you're super passionate about it then. Dude, there's so much to learn in GraphQL. Okay, what's fragments? Good. Sometimes you gotta read this thing over like multiple times. Okay, let's just do a basic. Let's get into like let's build out a very basic to-do list with some queries and some mutate or some with just some queries. So let's say yo, what'd you go eat? Get a package.json. Francis, what's up? What's up? I'm just building a very simple GraphQL backend. So I'm not going to use TypeScript. Because I'm lazy. Move everything into this folder. And we'll do like a front end. So it said we're gonna have like a server.js. Then we're gonna figure that. I like TypeScript too, but I mean, if you want me to do it, I can do it. Okay, let's see. Just to get practice with it. Yeah, you're right. Let's not be lazy. Install. What does this command do? Okay. All right, sounds good. Okay, where does it compile my TypeScript code? Common.js. That one there. How do I compile? Oh yeah. So that compiles my TypeScript code. Nice. So like, how do I run? So I have to go like node dist server.js. What if I try to run just the source? Probably won't work, right? Because just TypeScript. Oh, works still? You could just run TypeScript code? Right, flow in backend code. Flow for you didn't answer my question. Can you write flow for backend Express apps? Okay, yeah. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, you're right. Um, oh shoot. Can you write flow in? Can you use flow in backend code, or is it mainly front end code? No, no, I'm not. I'm just gonna use one or the other, but I'm just trying to see. I'm not gonna use both. Okay, I'm gonna, because Facebook uses Flow, so I'd rather just use Flow. It's like, I might just use Flow. Static type annotations. Yeah, I just straight up read the doc. Usually, I just straight up read the documentation and try. I'm trying out like simple projects and reading the documentation at the same time, and I just try to do it over a long period of time. Like this is not. I'm not gonna get good in one day over this, but I like to read the documentation. What about you? What's your strategy? If you put all your source on. Build. What this flow? Okay, okay, flow is the type checker. Damn, bit sick. Yeah, I mean Facebook uses Flow, so I had to learn it. It's like let me blow my nose. Like I'm learning random stuff like Flow, PHP. But it's good. I'm already used to using TypeScript and stuff, so learning Flow and TypeScript it helps me learn things in different perspective too. Okay. But you can use Babel to convert Flow into regular. Nice. I like leak code, honestly. For a large scale application, does it make sense for the load to be on the back end or on the front end? Well, I would. What do you if you need to do a join or something? I would add it in the API call because you don't want to. What's usually the bottleneck is the network calls. So if the front end has to make a network call, get some data back, and make another network call based on the the first one, it has to also run those two serially. So one after the other, and has to wait for the first before the second. That's typically going to be slower than sending one request, and that one request does the join and returns back the result. You only have to do one round trip on the network. And then if you're using like a SQL database or something, if you just specify everything in one query, then it only has to make one query to the database. And if you use the right indexes and stuff, the query will be a lot faster. Let's see, what did they get? Lily, does that answer your question? Babel is such a pain. Okay, I'm gonna set up this Babel. I'm gonna take out the JavaScript. Delete this tsconfig. Delete this. Scripts. Start. Yeah, start. We'll just do node. Yeah. Okay, let's set up some Babel. Wait, yo, what's your Discord? Let's chat about it. What's your Discord? What's your Discord username? Yeah, I am Puma. Okay. Yo, I sent you a message. Yo, hop on the. Let's talk on voice quickly. Let me answer your question. It's easier if we talk. If I just call you on Discord and answer your question real quick. What it do, girl? What's up? Here, let's talk. Yo, what's up?
Yo, yo, what's
Good.
up, bro?
What are you working on?
Dude, nothing much. Dude. Also, I wanted to say, dude, nice stream, dude. Like, I remember I used to like see your stuff on my feed, like when you had like 10K. Like,
Yeah,
pretty cool
that's
stuff, dude.
crazy. Yeah, thanks for tuning
Yeah.
in. Is your first time on the stream?
Yeah, actually, first on the stream, I've seen like other people's streams, like the past streams, like, and
Yeah.
just watched the VODs. But like, this is the first time like it hopped up. Like, I wasn't subscribed before, but I keep seeing my feed. But it's the first time I hopped on live, so I just
Nice.
wanted to hop on here.
What's up? What have you been up to? What are you working on?
Dude, nothing much. So like, I'm at university. My like course like the way you select courses is like trash. Like UNC Chapel is one of like the oldest like public schools like in the whole entire nation, and
Yeah.
like the way they have it set up right now is like horrible. It's like horrendous. Looks like so old, like from the 1980s. Like and like the way you pick classes is so like non-fluid. So I'm
Yeah.
trying to figure out a way like what if there was a way for like you know how Cursor is right now, like you could like be like, hey, like make a whole application for me in like 1 second.
Yeah.
Imagine you had like you had a way to be like, oh, based on my like requirements for my like my major, pick a class that fits my schedule and it automatically like fits in my schedule automatically, like without doing anything, without picking any classes or anything. So I've been trying to like do that for my university, and I want to like go to like other universities and I can do it for them too.
Yo, that's
So
sick
that's what I'm working
because
on.
I remember when I first started uni, the way
Yeah.
that I picked courses was so trash too. And then they introduced a new way to do it, and you could like kind of select the class you want, and then you could just also select the different options. Just the UI made it way easier to select classes. Then you just click like submit, and it just enrolls you in those classes. I don't know how bad the UI is, but so like, what's your tech stack on it?
Dude, it's pretty like it's pretty insane. Like I'm like I don't know like too much like in terms of like the tech stacks I can use. Like I'm pretty well versed in like the Mern stack, like Mongo, Express, React Node.
Hmm.
That's what I use for like I was talking about earlier in the chat about how like my university didn't like what I made for my like for the people at my university. They didn't
Yeah.
like it. So that's what I use for Mern. I use
Wait,
Mern for
what did
that.
you make, and then they didn't like it?
Okay, so basically I made something called Connection Clash. I can send the GitHub
Oh,
for it if you want to like if you want to see like the
okay, I'm
full
done.
like
And then what?
so
Is it
I
like you
the
rate
web
different people?
okay, so I didn't rate it. So it'd basically be like 1v1s. It'd be like two
Oh,
different people's like LinkedIn cards,
I
and
see.
like it'd be like their top two experiences from LinkedIn, and then you pick which one was better,
Yeah, I
like
see.
based on what they had, right? So it'd be like Microsoft versus Apple, or like Apple Sui versus like JP Morgan, or like
Yeah,
JP Morgan versus Morgan Stanley. And like people would vote, and there's like a leaderboard, and like it was pretty cool.
dude, that's
It showed
sick.
some cool technical prowess, but
Yeah,
they didn't like it, and then like 5 days, the guy emailed me, the CS head, and like you're getting a lot of traffic from your website, and no one like a lot of people have like complaints, and I had to have a meeting with them and
damn.
like stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, they did that at
It's a
Waterloo
tough one.
too. There's a Waterloo
Yeah.
one.
So, oh, really?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
got it got bought out or something. It's crazy.
Oh, it got bought. It
Yeah,
got
they got
bought out
bought.
or like
Yeah,
bought
they
it
got.
out.
Someone bought them out. Some like SF company.
Oh shoot! What?
Yeah,
Oh shoot! My mom's calling me.
no worries.
I'll
I
call her
can.
later.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, wait, sorry. What are you saying?
Oh, what were you saying?
Oh, nothing. Yeah, I just like I imagine that it would get shut down. You know, like obviously the university's not gonna like it, but like if I was gonna go out one way, it would have been nice to get shut down by university. You know.
Yeah. Paul, it's somebody from UNC. So, how did they even know it was you? Why'd you say it was you? You should just hit it.
Okay. So I essentially in the beginning I was gonna make it anonymous. No one was gonna know it was me and stuff. But
Hmm.
like someone from um I think it was like UIUC, they made something like this too, like pretty similar thing. So like
Yeah.
I didn't get this idea from like myself, Loki. Like there were some Stanford heads. Wait one sec, my mom's
Yeah,
calling
yeah.
me.
Go ahead. Go answer your. I don't want to take. You got a prio. P0. P0.
My bad.
No, no worries. So, what are you saying?
Yeah. Yeah, so like these like people at Stanford um and like this other place, they made something called like use linked, and it was basically like a way to like contact alumni, and like is a better way to contact alumni, and it also had like a ranking type, like a rating type of thing. But um they got YC back, and it's like insane, like it's crazy. But then I guess some like UIUC people like kind of like made like the LinkedIn thing, and I was already making it, but they like released it like a couple hours before like I was gonna deploy it. I was like, oh
Yeah.
shoot, what do I do now, right?
Yeah.
I'm cooked. Like someone got it out before me, so I stayed up the whole entire night like grinding the code, and then um, I at 7:30 a.m. I made a like LinkedIn promotional video. I can like copy like Apple. I use like this like cool like um, video software, and like I
Hmm.
made it like nice and like professional, and I uploaded it. Try to LinkedIn farm.
Yeah. Yo, that's so funny.
And
Yo,
yeah,
you're
I
grinding. What are you a sophomore? Like what year?
yeah. So I'm a rising junior. I'm
Okay.
like I'm doing okay.
Yeah. Because people don't really be doing like side projects that hard, and you're like grinding
Yeah,
all
like
night just to get something out.
you do for sure. Like dude, like I remember like I kind of had my doubts before that for like computer science. Like the course like at UNC are kind of like more like theoretical, and they're not really more application based, which I
Yeah.
like. I like a lot of application. And I was like talking to like my peers and my parents. I was
Mm.
like I don't know if I can like do this anymore. Like it's like too much for me. And then they were just like, no, just keep doing it. Like it's fine. Like because my brother graduated from there too. From like he's at Suya Bank of America right now.
Nice.
He was like, just get through it. You'll be fine. So
Yeah.
yeah, like my
Even
friends like
honestly, for
looking.
me, for school too, is
Yeah,
super theoretical. But I don't know. It's theoretical still good because when you work in the industry, then it's just straight, just actual application stuff. But the theory helps you understand new concepts and other stuff really well. Honestly, for me.
yeah, for sure. That makes sense too. It's just like I think I learned better like application ways. I kind of
Yeah.
like don't get kind of
Wait,
makes it
let's
like
see.
boring.
Send me your repo for that one app you made.
Oh yeah, for
Let's take
sure.
a look.
Loki, like it's a dude. I want to like, so like I had to shut it down, so it's like a blank page. Let me see if I can open it up real quickly. Let me see if I can, because I have like a whole domain and everything for it. Let me see if I can open it up.
Is it like a public repo or no?
Oh yeah, it's a public repo, but like I'm talking about the whole website. Like I had to
Okay.
shut down the website. But
What's
let me
your
send you.
GitHub username?
Yeah, let me send you the. I'll send you like. Completely chatted readme. Like I can't even lie. The screenshots
This
don't
is
even
sick.
work
Use
either. I
info
can't
in
lie.
which they found more impressive with an ELO rating system. Yeah, this is sick. I've seen this before. I like the concept.
Yeah, and I try to just make it like the most like visually appealing I could. And I got hacked by Duke students too. That's a crazy story.
Oh, really? How'd they hack it?
Okay, so like I said, I was like grinding the whole entire night, and
Yeah.
I didn't have any like proper security on my one of my APIs, so I didn't have like proper middleware on one of them,
Yeah.
and like it slipped by me. I think it was like 4 in the morning. Like I was like, I just need to dish it out. I don't care what happens, right?
Yeah.
And then I didn't have any middleware, and then later on, I'm like, I think it was like the so like when I had a launch, I think I had like a peak of 20 people playing at the same time, and I
Yeah.
think in like 24 hours, I had like 16,000 plays, I think, or like
Holy
1,200
crap.
unique users,
Yeah.
which is pretty crazy. Um, and like I think this was around like so I launched at 7 a.m. and then at around 1 p.m. I was like, there's some like people's like data was like not looking right. Someone like changed someone's profile picture to something else. Like, so people were changing their names. Like, oh shoot, like someone found like vulnerability in my code. I was in class too. I was like, oh shoot, what am I gonna do, right? So like
Yeah.
I whipped out my computer and I'm like, I gotta fix this right now. And
Yeah.
then from that point, from like 1 p.m. to 12 a.m. that day, I was like complete bug fixing. It felt like I was like on call or something. Like, it was
Yeah.
horrible.
Wait, what
And
was the
so
vulnerability?
I didn't have so like okay, so in my code, so like how my thing worked was basically like I had a real-time leaderboard, and
Yeah.
when people so like each time like two new people came on the screen, that was called a battle, and every time a new battle was created, I had a new session JWT token that was being
Mm-hmm.
created, and then after like maybe 10 seconds the battle would expire to prevent anyone from like accessing it, but someone found like the 10-second interval and then took the code. I guess they like found out a way to like bot people, and then basically he changed every single person's name in the database to Duke owns UNC. We're the kings of the SEC, and they're not even that. We're not even the SEC. We're the ACC. So that doesn't even make any sense. So like,
Wait, I'm
so
still
my
trying
whole
to
entire database.
still trying to understand like wait, so they're changing your database. So you use Mongo here?
Yeah, I use Mongo.
So they're updating the some of the documents in your MongoDB?
So there was one big table, and each table, like for every row, it was like a new person,
Yeah,
and so they were able to curl their own information essentially.
I see. Your code was
And
public, so they're just looking at your code. They could have looked at your code too, probably.
yeah, I also didn't understand how like I don't really understand how to like bundle your code so like they couldn't really see it. Um after I got first hit, I like privated my repo
Mm-hmm.
because I also had it up too. So I guess they like might have looked at that. But they were just basically just looking at my like they probably looked at the network tab, refreshed it, probably see what APIs I was getting out. Um,
I see.
but yeah, I got cooked. And then I was like, I need to figure out a way to hack myself so I don't get hacked in the future. So I was like, looking at like Burp Suite and like all these other like websites. Like, I was trying looking at like what is that thing for APIs? I think it's Hangman or something. Hangman, something.
Postman?
Postman, yeah,
Yeah.
Postman.
Maybe what they're doing is
Yeah,
they're looking at your API calls and then in your API calls you weren't authenticating or something or and then they just figured out what API calls to hit or what
yeah,
APIs.
exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what they did. And then
Okay, and then they're
there
just
was
using
another.
Postman to make changes on your database.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, I see.
I
I
was like,
see.
what jobless dudes are doing that though? Like, come on.
Which what?
Like, what jobless dudes are trying to do
Oh,
that? You know?
yeah. Like, bro, they're just bored as hell. So yeah, they probably looked at your API call because you had your stuff out. They looked at all of your endpoints, and then how are you authentic? Oh, because you didn't have middleware set up, so you weren't authenticating the JWT. So they're acting on
Yeah, I
behalf
didn't
of.
have I didn't have like proper middleware on one of my like APIs like when I released it. Yeah, I got absolutely cooked.
Okay, that's funny. That's I mean that's a good learning experience.
No,
That's
like
a,
it's a really good like interview topic, low key. Like I could always talk about that.
yeah, yeah. You already had
And then
interviews and stuff.
wait, I like low key like okay, so I'll talk about this a little bit more. So was applying I applied like not too hard, but like a decent well amount like my sophomore year in the beginning of the year, and I didn't really understand the strats. Like I obviously knew what I had to do, like do projects, do leak code, like reach out, do interviews and stuff, like apply and stuff. And I already had like like I was making projects since my freshman year. I made something called like a Spotify randomizer. It was basically like a simple project my freshman year. But I
Mm-hmm.
made projects. It was pretty chill. And then I didn't realize. So basically, what kids do at my university, I think everyone does this at college. They
Mm-hmm.
basically class up and say they're a year older than they are. So like
Oh.
if you are like so if you're like I was a sophomore like last year, like well this year, but this year ended, right? I was a
Mm-hmm.
sophomore, so you say you graduate a year earlier, so then you look like a junior. So then you get
Yeah.
interviews.
Oh.
So that's basically how like all like basically like how everyone gets interviews. I don't know how it
Interesting.
works for like everyone else in other colleges, but like I know that like that's the biggest strat you could do. That's how you land all your basically all your interviews at
Yeah,
big
that
companies.
actually makes sense because they don't want someone who's
Because
graduating so late. And like, yeah.
what's the point of hiring a sophomore versus like a junior? Like, there's no return on investment there. Like, that's the whole point of it of a internship, right? Like, to get them a return offer. So, like, if they're not graduating, what's the point of you hiring them?
They're chat saying what year sophomore? That's second year, right?
Yeah,
Or
that's
third
second
year.
year. That's second year.
Second.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
So,
so funny.
I applied to like local companies. Like, we have a bank called Fidelity. We have like SAS, Cisco, um,
Yeah, I use
Lenovo. I applied to
Fidelity.
IBM. Oh, what was it again?
I use Fidelity. This like a
Oh, you use it?
Fidelity. That's
Yeah.
pretty used everywhere in the U.S. Right?
Yeah. I think it is, but like we like Fidelity's pretty big, sweet place. Like that's the everyone hates on getting a Fidelity internship because like, it's like one of those like easy ones to get because like the way you get that one is you just have someone like refer you that
Yeah.
like because your parents work there or something and then you get the internship immediately.
Are you trying to stay out in UNC or like move out to the Bay Area or something? Because you sound pretty entrepreneurial.
Yeah, like I like really like building things. I want to create new things all the time.
Yeah.
It'd be cool, like obviously to like, go to New York or like go to the Bay,
Yeah.
like working on something of my own stuff. But like obviously like you gotta like pick your chances, right? Take the risk now, work on a startup now, or like work on a startup like when like you already have a job and you have already income back up. But like
Hmm.
maybe like, you shouldn't do that later on. But like I think obviously right now the plan is just like making some nice projects that have like real value use and like putting on the resume. Getting the knowledge. Like mainly, I don't really care about the resume part. I care about more like figuring out like these new technologies. I didn't even know like what Redis was before or like a Lambda function or like all
Yeah.
these other things. Like it's pretty sick.
So do you host everything on AWS? Like, what's your tech stack usually these days? What's your favorite one?
Okay, so before I started on this project, um, you know, I wanted like a full-fledged plan of what I was gonna do. I didn't want to like, have to like make everything up on the fly. So I wanted to really have like a solid base before starting. So I kind of just like went to Gemini. I'm a OpenAI hater now. I'm a Gemini lover. No more chat for me.
Really?
I canceled my chat. I canceled chat after Gemini. I get it free for a year.
Wow.
Gemini Pro for students. You get it for free for a year. And you
Is
get two
there?
terabytes of
Do you
storage.
just use it on like you like the Gemini.com? Like, do they have their own standalone app or web app?
Yeah, they have Gemini. Oh, it's like yeah, I think it's like Gemini.com or something. It's pretty sick. I like the UI too. Like it's pretty nice. Yeah, Gemini.google.com. I think if you're a US student, you can get a free full year
Ooh, this is
for
sick.
Gemini. But like, anyways, yeah. So I was like wanting to make a full plan. So I was as Gemini like based off my like specifications and if I'm scaling to like universities all across from like the United States, like what I need to use. Like and I was like basically he listed a bunch of different like technologies I could use. I was
Yeah.
like why this, why not this, why this, why that's not. And then I have a whole entire table and it basically just like gives everything to me. So like for my front end, I'm using like Next.js and TypeScript, and then
Hmm.
um, I'm using like Tailwind and like
Nice.
React Big, and then I haven't really touched the front end at all. And then for my back end, which I'm like working on right now,
Do you just
I'm
vibe code
using
the
like
whole front
Node.js.
end or no?
Say it again.
You just vibe code the whole front end? Or like, who
Okay,
works
so
on your
that's
front
what I
end?
was thinking about. I haven't touched the front end like at all, like not even a little bit. Like I've done some sketches in a notebook, and all I did was I basically went to Lovable. You know what Lovable is?
No, what's that?
It's like that's probably the coolest front end like it's like basically a vibe coding type of thing. It's like you put like two prompts in it, and it gives you like a perfect like application front end wise. Like obviously you can connect it with the database, but like it helps me like get a nice front end going so I can figure out what data I need for my back end.
Hmm.
So I got like a quick like front end going, and then I asked it a prompt, and then I got front end, and then but like later on I'm probably gonna like low key vibe code a front end because
Yeah.
realistically like I think that's a waste of my time. Like I'm gonna
Like,
be
but for
honest.
your UNC class, how'd you build the front end?
No, I low key vibe coded the front end for that. Like I can't even lie.
It's fine. I
Like
do that
I
too.
don't like it was like okay, there was one thing like that I just didn't care about like, and that was the front end because like it's just like copy paste code in my opinion. Like I'm gonna be
Hmm.
honest, like that's my opinion. But anyways,
Yeah.
and then with the back end, it was funny because I was working on my GraphQL schema thing, and you were doing GraphQL, which is like crazy. The timing is absolutely crazy.
You're working on it right now, the GraphQL stuff.
Yeah, I was like, I have like a huge bug right now. Like I don't know what's happening. I have my like my local host GraphQL set up already. Like I like
Yeah.
got that running up today, and it was pretty funny seeing you do it. But like, I'm using GraphQL and then Prisma, and then um, I'm using my for like the course and for the course ingestion, the data for the ingestion. I'm using the
Hmm.
Lambda function, which was a pain in the butt.
So
I
you're
can't even
using a
lie.
Lambda function to look at all the courses and then insert into a database.
Yeah. So basically, I'm hitting one of the websites on my university, and I continuously have to scrape every single course at the university um at a certain interval because like the amount of seats will change like if people like enroll in the class or not. So I have to
Yeah.
keep on running it. I don't know how often I have to run it, but I'll have to run like continuously. So I was like, I don't want to host. I don't want to do like a Docker and like have it on my computer because that'd be like pretty intensive on my computer. So I was like, let me
Yeah.
just host it on Lambda. Do you know how expensive that's gonna be? I have no idea.
There's a free tier because I run Lambda functions too. Are you watching my stream?
Okay.
Are you
Oh
on my
yeah, I'm
stream?
watching your stream.
So like
Yeah.
I run this Chrome extension right here for UFC, and I literally scrape like all the fights and I'm constant and I scrape like who's winning and stuff.
Oh
So I
shoot.
like I'm scraping that and inserting into a database. Then this Chrome extension pretty much is just the front end that reads in the data from the that insert into the back end. So it's kind of like what you have or similar architecture to what you have there, where you have Lambda functions that have different cadences and that pull the data. I actually use
Mm.
serverless
Mm. Well,
to
that's sick.
define my AWS Lambda functions. This is like a way to do it without because you're probably opening up or I don't know how you're doing it. Are you opening up AWS console and then spinning up Lambda functions and writing it right inside the AWS or no?
So so essentially I made my like all my scripts in like a separate like directory like on my computer. I coded it up and then I did a zip file with all the like the packages and then I uploaded it as a zip inside of it, like in the console.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, yeah. So I used to do that, then it got annoying. So now I just use this serverless framework, and pretty much
It's
you just
so annoying, bro.
yeah,
It's
it's
so
annoying.
annoying. I hate it.
So now what I do is I just define all my functions as serverless. It's like infrastructure as code, and then all you need to do is like serverless dot deploy, like this, and it'll deploy
Yeah.
those Lambda functions and replace the old ones. It's so efficient. I'll look into
Wait,
something like this.
wait, that's so nice because like if you have to make one change, I have to repackage, re-upload, and then change
Oh, this
everything
does
again.
all of that for you.
Wait, that's actually OP.
Yeah, and you could. I'll show you like all. It's a concept called infrastructure as code. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but
Not that.
most companies they don't pretend I'm running a large company and I need to go into AWS console and like upload stuff. It's just inefficient. So a lot of
Oh
them
yeah, like
you just define in like a file, like a YAML file, your infrastructure. So that's what this is doing right here. And then where was I? So you could see I in this YAML file I just defined the different things. I defined my different functions, the handlers and the runtimes.
yeah.
And then pretty much when I call serverless deploy, it deploys that into into AWS for me. So you should look into this. I'll
That's
send it to you.
that's way better. But I low key like once I had all my like so basically I already have my whole entire master database. Thank you for that
Yeah,
by the way.
yeah.
I already have my database with like all the courses and like all the like it's like 9,700 like 52 entries or something. I already have the database. I don't have it running asynchronously yet. I was like I'm skipping the Lambda part. Like I had it halfway completed. I was like I'm gonna come to this later. Like I don't
Yeah.
want to deal with this right now. But this makes it a lot better actually, Loki.
So and then like how much is it gonna cost? There's AWS free tier, right? So
Yeah.
when you sign up for AWS, there's like 12 months free. But then there's a tier called always free, and actually Lambda is
Yeah.
part of the always free. So this
Oh,
is always free. You get 1 million Lambda requests per month. So
how much?
basically,
How much is that? How much is that? Like,
dude, 1 million Lambda requests. That means your Lambda function could run 1 million times in 1 month, and it's always free. So
oh, in a month?
in a month, yeah, it refreshes every month.
Holy! Wait, I could do like so many in a day.
Exactly. So you should check out this always free if you're using
Yeah.
AWS.
I
So
thank you, bro. Yeah, I was looking at
also
like
for your
S.
database,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
for your database, if you use DynamoDB, you could essentially it's
Mm.
always free too. So it's you
Yeah,
can literally
I'm
get
using Superbase.
Superbase. Oh,
Yeah.
that's on Next.
It's like Postgres. Like, yeah, it's next. Yeah.
It's part of like Vercel, right? Or no? Superbase is
It's like its own separate thing.
okay.
Like it's like I don't know how to explain it, but it's like basically a Postgres.
Cause like my Chrome extension here, I use the always free tier. So I use Lambda, I use DynamoDB, and
I've heard of
everything's
Dynamo.
free. It's like a MongoDB, but it was
Oh,
built
okay,
by.
yeah, yeah. I
So
think when I
yeah,
was making my connection class thing, I was either gonna do Mongo or Dynamo. I think I just did Mongo.
yeah. I don't know, yo. You're learning a lot for just being like in school still.
Yeah, I, I was like, yeah, I like didn't know half of these things exist. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I did not know what a Redis was or like or all these other functions. So it's like it's pretty nice.
Yeah,
Um, in terms of what I'm trying to do right now, I'm trying to just do these projects, and like I probably could have gotten an internship this summer, but like it would have been small. But I think um it would have been better for me to hone in on my like leak code skills because I have like
yeah.
zero. I'll be honest, I have zero leak code skills right now.
Are you getting
Um,
better though?
but
Like you're practicing and getting better.
yeah, so I'm kind of just like right now I'm in the process of like learning. Like I don't know. Tell me if my theory is wrong here, but like before I kind of dive into everything, I want to make sure like my fundamental like conceptual learning skills are there. So like I heard like 80% of the problems are basically um like DFS, BFS. Um,
Yeah,
I think you made a video on this actually. I think I
yeah. I
watched that
did like
video.
the top six. Wait, there's a
Yeah, I
question
watched
in
that
the
exactly.
chat. They're saying
Oh,
Alpha is saying if I wanted to have a Java server running a prod app, I'd have to use EC2, right? I guess because what the heck did I do? Let me refresh this. Well, if I wanted to have a Java server running a prod app, well, if you want to have a Java server prod app, yeah, what you can do is you can create just a simple like backend server, and you could deploy it onto EC2, but EC2 is always on. So pretend you have no traffic, you're gonna have to you're basically renting out a server, and it's gonna cost you money. I did when I deployed my Chrome extension. The first thing I did was I deployed as an EC2 instance, but it cost me money because I had to rent out that server, and then I had to like handle deploying that server, deploying it on my EC2 instance. So it was actually more expensive. But what you can do is you can split out the Java, or you can split out your prod server into just a bunch of Lambda functions, one for the post, the get, all the different operations, and just deploy them as separate Lambda functions, and it'll always meet under this always free tier. So I like it better just using AWS Lambda, honestly. So because then you don't have to actually like rent out EC2 instance. And renting out an EC2 instance is annoying sometimes. Yo, okay. What's up? What were we talking about again?
oh no, leak code.
Oh yeah, yeah. I made a video on like
Yeah,
the top ones. The top ones you have
yeah.
learned.
I saw that video. It's pretty sick. I think you were making a lot. You made a large like overview of all the videos you made. Like I think you released that a couple days ago. Like an
Yeah.
overview of them. I think. So yeah, like making sure I have a solid like conceptual like because I took DSA like a little bit ago and we didn't really go to like the the full depths of like all like the algorithms and stuff. So like I need to make sure I have that. And then I was probably just gonna go like do like neat code and like grind that and like go from there, I guess, like and fully like understanding it from
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Like what would you say from going to zero to hero is like the game plan? What do you think is the game plan?
So like, how many questions have you done in general?
Like actually zero.
0. Okay, wait. Let me answer that quickly, or let me answer this after I answer Alpha, because Alpha's
Yeah,
saying
sure.
he wants to. Okay, the EC2. So there's multiple ways to deploy your backend, right? You can use the EC2, and what is that? You literally rent a server, and then you deploy your code to that server, and then you make your web app accessible. So you have to do some networking stuff or update like the IP ports and stuff to make it accessible, and then people can make calls to your EC2 instance. It's super manual. And then like my question to you, Alpha, would be what happens when you make changes to your code, and then you need to update your backend. So what you'd have to do is you'd have to like take down your EC2, or pretty much SSH into your EC2 instance and then restart the server, maybe pull in the new code and restart the server, right? You could like automate it some way, but EC2 is super manual. It's essentially just hosting your server by yourself. It's just a little bit step above hosting the server yourself at your own home, right? So that's one way to do the EC2, or that's one way to deploy your backend. The step above that is like using ECS or something in AWS, and that containerizes your backend a bit more. So you can set up ECS. ECS. So this is a container service. So then you could kind of define your backend in a Docker container, and then you could use ECS in order to sort of when things change, you can deploy your backend, and that's like a step above EC2 because it's containerized and you're like it makes it a lot easier. So if you want to have always on servers, I would consider using something like ECS instead. But then the thing with that also is, and this way's a bit simple. Like you define a Docker container and it handles when you push code. You can write GitHub actions that when you push code, it deploys your backend, and it's a lot. This is a lot more simple because it like spins up a in the hood in the back. It's using EC2s as well, but it's not like renting a yo what's up. But it's not like basically EC2 is just super manual alpha, and then ECS takes it a step above because it's more automated. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. So even with ECS, it was costing me a lot of money. So I just straight up just moved to Lambda functions after that. Let's see. Yo, hopefully that all makes sense. But I think if you want alpha, like it's good to start with EC2 because that's basically just starting up your own. It's just like having your own server, right? And then slowly automate it and automate it and automate it. Because what you'll notice when you just do a regular EC2 instance, like what if I need to make what if I need to make a deploy of my new backend? Like how are you gonna update that on the EC2 instance? Right. That's that, and then you keep expanding from there. Exactly. Yeah. A lot of the companies I worked on uses ECS. I don't know what your company did. Did you have a high GPA? I had a decent one, like a 3.8. Automate more and more over time. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yo, ready?
Yo.
What's good? So what are we
Wait,
talking
I
about?
had a question. Actually. I had a question about ECS actually. So
Yeah.
like, what's the difference between like I know you have ECS, you also have EKS, I think, or AKS. Eh,
AKS.
Uh, it's I think it stands for Elastic Kubernetes Service. I think. What is like
That's
for
EKS.
my thing? Oh, is it EKS? Oh, it's EKS, not AKS. Sorry. Yeah. Uh, should I use ECS for my thing, or should I use
Dude, ECS will cost you a lot of money. I used ECS before.
Really?
So ECS is just it's just a step above just like I mentioned to Alpha. EC2 is the very primitive way to do it.
Yeah.
Buy a EC2, buy a server, buy like a specific CPU and RAM configuration like T1, T2, T3 or whatever that they have.
Yeah.
Now you have that server and you could SSH into it and set it up the way you want. Then like ECS, it kind of abstracts it away from you. You're not really working on EC2 instance, but I think you just define like Docker containers, and then it handles like spinning up the EC2 and running the Docker container inside of it with your service running in there. And then EKS is like using Kubernetes. Are you familiar with Kubernetes?
It's like Docker, right?
Yeah,
Essentially.
it's like clusters of this stuff.
Yeah.
I'd never used EKS before, but I'm pretty sure it's similar to ECS. It's S.
That's what I figured.
It's neat.
Yeah, I definitely have to look into that when essentially
Dude,
deploy
there's
my
so much to
server.
know. Between EKS and okay, ask.
Oh yeah, I think we're talking about the leak code thing. I think I talked about.
Okay, so ECS and EKS are okay. EKS is using it's basically the same thing, but ECS is just managing the containers using AWS proprietary stuff, and EKS is using Kubernetes, which is open sourced.
Oh, okay.
So what is Kubernetes? It's essentially like a container management service, right? Let's see, what's yeah, it's basically like a container management system. So yeah, this is based on open source. It's basically the same thing. So how do you get good at leak code? I would study the go data structure by data structure, and I'd go pattern from
Yeah.
pattern. So I would just start learning arrays. And what do I mean learn arrays? Like just learn the basic theories of arrays. So how does
Yeah.
arrays work? What are the operations that you could run in an array? So what are the different operations? Indexing an array. What's the runtime complexity? O of one. Insertion. What's the runtime complexity of insertion? It's O of one amortized. And then you understand like why is it amortized? It's because under the hood arrays are statically are static size. But then like when it reaches a certain size, it creates a copy of it that's double the size and then copies. You know what I mean? Like understand the theory of the array and the operations like insertions, deletions, indexing. You know what I mean? So, and then once
Yeah.
I learn the theory of the arrays, I'll just do a bunch of questions related to arrays.
Okay.
And then once you get good at that, you move on to the next thing, like linked list.
Okay. So kind of just going like, you know. Okay, I understand. That's pretty
Topic by
straightforward.
topic. Because you could just hop on LeetCode and just start trying on random questions,
Yeah.
but it's just I've never people say that it's more efficient to just go topic by topic because it's hard to
Yeah.
just get a random question and just solve it. But if you know that it's an array question or if it's a two-pointer question, it helps you. You
Yeah.
just need to be able to do those algorithms first, and then later when you actually get good at them, then you could take on a random question and then figure out how to solve that question. But if you don't have like the tools in your toolbox, like you can't even do a DFS, you've never practiced it, you've never done a two pointer, you never did
Yeah.
a sliding window. It's like it's just gonna be hard to do a certain question if you've never seen it before.
Yeah. I was essentially just gonna like go through all like the main patterns, like two pointer, sliding window, and like DFS, BFS, and I was just kind of just like go through all of them and then like practice questions based off of that. I don't think I was ever gonna do like the random question thing. I think that's like people say not to do that. I think that's like a common thing not to do.
Yeah,
So, um,
bro, and it's
that's
just a lot of work. Honestly.
yeah, yeah. I have the whole summer, so it'll be that.
Yeah, just grind.
I
I would like
just grind. I
mix.
was
You've already done so much projects. I would mix both of them in, because your projects are gonna get you a job or the interview, but the lead code is gonna get you the job. But honestly, only the FANG companies are really asking lead code these days. I've talked to a lot of people, and they're just being asked more practical stuff too. So I would
mm.
not spam lead code too hard unless you have like a FANG interview coming up.
Yeah, my buddies, they had like, my buddies, one of my buddies working at Amazon. He's at Amazon right now. He's in
Yeah,
Texas, and one of my friends is at Microsoft. Like, I think the most like they ever got asked, like I think the Amazon guy, he got rotten oranges question asked on his interview.
I
I
see.
don't know if you've seen that one on LeetCode, um, rotten oranges, and then
Yeah, I seen it.
he basically, and then they asked him the other one. He asked them basically like create in Java, create like a poker game, and like he had a partner, and they both had to create like a poker game. So yeah, and like from more local companies, they still ask like kind of more basic leak code questions, but like nothing too crazy. But like yeah, you're definitely right. I think they're probably swaying away from it right now.
Yeah, yeah. I would literally just mix it up. Do you want to
You
work
think
at a
my
FANG company or no?
like all these layoffs are kind of scary. Like I know you were
Yeah.
talking about earlier. Like I remember like you said 3%. I thought it was like 5% Loki from MSFT the
Yeah.
layoffs.
Hmm.
That's what I've been like. It's pretty crazy. Like, it'd be nice, like once you have that on your resume on like Microsoft or like Meta on your like on your resume, like you can kind of go wherever. To be honest, like
Yeah. It probably helps.
but
I
like
haven't tried to
yeah,
switch yet, but
yeah, for sure. And also, congrats to you by the way, bro. That's
yeah.
huge. I
Thanks,
saw
bro.
that recently.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Um, yeah, it'd be great, to work there. But also like I wouldn't mind working at like, some more like local or like I don't really like to be honest, I just want to have like a decent well-paying job. I don't really like care about like titles. But
Yeah.
like if it helps my growth in terms of like, my job security in the future, that'd be cool too. So
Yeah.
it'd be great to work at Fang, but like I don't think it's the end of the world. I think some people have that like Fang or nothing mindset, but like, you know.
In your school, do a lot of people get into those companies or not really?
So honestly, I didn't know until I made this connection clash game, and I realized how many people have gone to like got cracked jobs, like who are like above me. Like we have so many people going to Microsoft, Amazon, Apple. Like it's actually absurd, and Google
Yeah.
too. Like I had no idea it was like actually a breeding ground. Like
Yeah.
genuinely.
Wait,
Like
how did you fetch stuff off of LinkedIn without getting
okay,
blocked?
that's the thing. That's the
Yeah.
biggest issue I had with my app in the beginning because I was like I actually scrapped that. So I was gonna release it 2 months prior, but like I scrapped it because there was no feasible way of getting people's thing using the LinkedIn API because they rate limit you so fast,
Yeah.
and there was no way like I could do that, and I was like I wanted to crash out, and then there were other like applications I could have used to get the data. Like there were some other like third party like API services I could have used, but it was way too expensive. It would have cost like tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
So I had to do the most like boof way ever. Essentially, I would go to like a person LinkedIn's profile, right?
Yeah.
And then I would look at their profile, I would control A their whole profile,
Yeah.
and then go to chat, ask chat to format it in the proper JSON format it, and then I would curl that information back into
Like
uh,
curl post request to your DB kind of
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
That's so funny. Yeah. And then what did you
I kind
just
of had
end
a
up just like web scraping it at some point or no?
no, I just couldn't scrape it. It was like I just couldn't.
Oh, they didn't let you?
No, no, like like honestly, I think it would have taken me too long to figure out how to scrape it. Then I could have just like implemented like the more backend stuff. So I was just like, okay, it's fine. So I grinded for like an hour or two, and I got like 120 people on there, and I called that a day. I didn't want any more than that.
Damn, that's yeah, like sometimes when you're trying to just spin up your app, just get it done no matter how inefficient it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
yeah. I was
I
like,
applaud that for sure.
this, it didn't need to be like this is not going to be a scaled app. So I was like, it doesn't matter, like whatever,
Yeah.
right? So like, let me just do it real quick, like, even though it's the most inefficient way. But yeah, the, yeah, that's that's
Because even like
basically
in
how I
Y
got.
Combinator, they say like some people they just trying to make it the most efficient way as possible. Sometimes just get your thing out and make sure people are using it. And obviously, you just did that, and you notice people are using it. And if you want to scale it, you can scale it. But you already like proved out the concept, and yeah, like you figured out a way to do it.
Yeah, and like right now with the thing I'm making right now, like I kind of got in a habit of like it's not a good habit of like trying to make everything perfect like
Mm-hmm.
right now rather than like um making it like okay right now and then fixing it later. So like I've been kind of going very slow and making it perfect, but like I kind of realized like what you said before, like trying to make like trying to get through the stages of the project and like try to dish it out because like end product is better than no product at all.
Yeah. So with
So
your
that's what I'm
current
trying to.
project, why are you using GraphQL over regular REST API?
Yeah, yeah. So like I have to question like so like, and also my dad's in computer science too, and like we have
Nice.
like heated discussions about like what
Really
technologies I
sick.
should be using. So it's like pretty funny. So like
Yeah.
I have my view, I have his view, and then I have Gemini's view, right?
Yeah.
So I have three different views I have to look at. Um and so why is GraphQL? I was very hesitant using GraphQL in the beginning because I obviously had no idea and it low-key looked very like confusing.
Yeah.
And I had like a very hard time understanding. Like I honestly had no idea like it could get that advanced. And my dad said the same thing. He was like, you don't have to like overdo it like for no reason. Like he was giving me like a dad lecture. He was like,
Yeah.
don't do it for no reason, like whatever this, that's and that. I was like, and then I was like, but why is Gemini telling me to do it? I was like, Gemini's telling me for a reason, right? I have to do
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And I was like, and then basically gave me an explanation about how like I talked about in chat like it would overfetch a lot of the data if I used REST API.
Yeah.
Um, so I think the main reason why, from what I understand from GraphQL, I can make very specific queries in terms of what I want, like from the data I want. Like because I'm also going to be implementing like some RAG models and some more like LLM features. So like I think it'd be a lot more efficient to use like GraphQL queries rather than like REST API.
Yeah. What'd your
Uh,
dad
that
say?
that's from what I got. My dad didn't really like it. He was like, "You always do whatever I never say this and that," and then but then I was like, "Dude, I don't. It's my app. I don't care." And he was like, "Okay, that's fair." And then I call it a day.
Yeah. Well, REST API doesn't have to overfetch. It all depends on how you
Okay.
design your REST API. But if
Yeah,
you
I
follow
did.
the proper REST protocol, because usually when you write REST APIs, it needs to specify on a specific resource, right? So pretend, what are the
Yeah, yeah,
different resources on your things, like class or courses? What are the different ones?
yeah. So I have a big courses table, and that
Courses
changes like
table?
that can change. So like it has like the term, it has a subject, it has a course code, it has a section number, it has a teacher, it has a days of the week, credit, description.
What else does it have? Like, what other tables do you have?
Oh, I right now I only have one table actually. Well, I have two. Well, I have tables, but they're not being used right now. So, I have a courses table, and then I have some. I was talking earlier in the chat. You remember how we were talking about like the back end versus the front end, and then, like, if I should like have more load on the back end and the front end, and we are talking about like
Yeah.
upserting and like joining.
Mm.
So I have a static course core information, and this is information that is static that doesn't change. Like the description of the class never changes. Like that never will never change, right? The title will never change. Those are things that will never change, and like the gen eds of it will never change. So those are things that will never change. So I have that in a separate table, and then I have another table for the courses, right? And those are for like things that can change. The class number, like the section number will never change. The section number can change because um the type of classes will like depending on what teacher teaches what, it will always change, right? So
Mm-hmm.
that can change, the teachers can change. So I was trying to figure out the most efficient way of like, okay, should I do an API and then have it join but both of those together and then give it to the user, or should I have two different tables and then like upserting them together into the master courses table? So like that's what I was kind of talking about. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't really have like other tables right now. I kind of have the
Yeah.
courses table.
So Gemini saying it's gonna overfetch. That's why.
Yeah, it said Gemini is gonna overfetch, and I was like, okay, that's uh, cool, I guess, but I didn't really understand. Like, I thought with REST API you can make it like specific in terms of what you want to get,
You
but
can make, yeah, you
Gemini
can make
wasn't
it
having.
anything. You can make it anything. Honestly, well, like the way I see it is GraphQL just allows you for flexibility.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I don't know. I think I might have used the REST API on your thing.
Oh no, I trolled
I
that.
think that's it.
I think I'm too deep. I think I'm too deep in the development of GraphQL to
No, but it's
scrap
good
at
to
low key.
know. Like now, when you're gonna like, if you ever apply at Meta or something, you already know GraphQL. So
I know like 25%. I'm gonna be honest. This is too hard.
yeah, I'm literally learning. I've used it before in my companies, but I'm just have to re-ramp
Yeah,
up on it. But I'm just trying to understand it again. It's fun though.
yeah,
I see the appeal. If you want super flexible APIs,
yeah,
because
yeah,
usually you have to make an endpoint for every little thing you want to do.
yeah. Exactly. That's what I was thinking. I was like, do I have to make a little endpoint for every little thing? I was like,
And
I don't
then,
want
but
to do
this
that.
one is kind of like just define your schemas, and then you can have really flexible queries you want to get. Like, yeah, it
I can
makes
like,
it super flexible.
yeah, I can, and like later on, I'm gonna have like LLM capabilities, and like I can like basically make my own like queries essentially from like the API like the LLM part. Like I can make my own like queries for it. So like I feel like it'd be a lot more tedious to have like a REST API
Yeah,
for it.
no, it's gonna be crazy. Yeah, good luck.
Do you think my projects are like good enough?
Yeah, 100%. Those are sick projects.
Those two projects, and I'm working on some like, other silly things too.
Yeah, for sure, because you're learning a lot from it. I would say
Yeah.
your projects also have impact. Because right now, projects that I've also had other people on my channel say that recruiters are asking them, like, what's the impact of your project? Like, who used it? So they're not,
Oh yeah.
like, back when I was doing it before GPT, you could just make a project and recruiters would, or people would like it. But now that you can just vibe code and generate projects, they don't hold as much weight. So now they care about the impact. So yours actually has impact. Like, you built a project and people used it, people hacked you, you had to patch it up. Like, that's way better than just like, oh, I built a clone of Spotify, or I built like a personal website and like no one uses it. Like, building a personal website is so easy these days. You can vibe code the whole thing in less than a day. But building a site that
Yeah.
people are using and people are hacking and then you have to fix and be on call, that's like way more impact, or shows like way better. Like, it's actually a really good project in this time of day. So I think when
Thank
people
you,
look
mate.
for projects that they need to make, is having an app with users. Yeah, I think having an app with users is better than just having an app, because anyone could just make an app these days with vibe coding. But having an app with users shows that, I mean, you build something that people want to use, and then you get to understand how people use your apps. Because all these companies are apps with users, so they'll probably prefer someone who has experience managing an app with users.
Yeah, like I remember the first time I felt like riveting about a project, like about my project, was I was at the library and I saw people using my like my website, which is like
Holy
crazy.
crap, that's crazy. Yeah, spin that
Yeah.
thing up
So like
again. No,
you
you'll
want me to
get
spin it up?
kicked out. No, you'll get kicked out. No, it'd be funny.
No, no, it's no, it's no. The reason why, like, and they were telling me I could have gotten sued and stuff. It was like,
What?
I'm not getting sued, little bro. Like, come
Yeah,
on, what do you want? But like, I had to like suck up to them, like,
yeah.
couldn't be. And
Dude, that's cr-
some girl at Databricks, and a girl at Apple are mad at me.
what? Really? Why?
Yeah, because
Because
like
you
like
scraped them,
no, yeah, yeah, because they're on my website.
bro.
They were like number four, and like, do you want to be number one? Is that why you were mad? Like, come on, man.
Yeah, dude, that's so weird, honestly. And they're already like working full time and stuff.
No, yeah, they're a year older, so like they were gonna be interning there like this summer.
Okay, and they're the ones who reported it.
Yeah, like one of the girls, she was like DEI board of CS, so I got cooked.
Dude, no, I wouldn't care, honestly. If someone just
Yeah,
got
I'm
nothing.
I'm gonna print out that email and put it on my wall.
They did it at Waterloo, and and they got hacked in a different way. They got hacked, as in like people were they just didn't rate limit, and then people were just making like curl calls straight to the database, like voting for specific people, and then yeah, some people moved way up high on the leaderboards, and the leaderboards were just cooked.
Yeah, I
So
saw that. I think I saw that one, and I think they were getting like 10,000 points or something.
yeah, like I don't know, people were just getting hacked, or yeah, those apps. It's funny though, because then you learn about the vulnerabilities really fast.
Dude, I didn't know what a JSON web token was before that. I'm gonna be honest.
Then like, how did you
Like,
figure it out? When like, why did you decide to use JWT?
but I was like, I basically just asked like Cursor. I was like, "Yo, what do I do to help me, bro? Like, what do I use?" And
Yeah.
they gave me like a list, and I looked at the list and like I like read up on it more, and I was like, I should I should probably use this one. That looks it doesn't look too hard to like implement, and I implemented it pretty fast.
What
So
was your authentication method? Like, did you let them log in using OAuth or anything?
no. There was no login because from a user standpoint, who likes to log in, right?
Okay. But then, so that they could
So
just generate a JWT, and then, like, when they log in,
yeah,
they
so what
ask for
happens is like I said
JWT.
before. So
Go ahead.
whenever you like start a new so every time two people load up on a screen, it's called a battle, and every
Mm-hmm.
time you have a battle, a new JWT gets created. It's like a session kind of like thing.
Mm-hmm. And then you
And
send that
then with that
JWT a release
JWT,
request.
yeah, for whenever it needs to update the leaderboard, it takes that JWT and then it updates the leaderboard based on like because the elo system is based off of like chess, and like
Yeah.
whoever's higher gets more points, or whoever's lower gets more points than the person who has higher points. So like you get more points, and then the points get updated, and then it gets showed up.
Okay. So what's the JWT's role in this software here? Like,
For this software, the
or
main point is
yeah.
I didn't want anyone to have unsanctioned calls to my leaderboard, so like they couldn't like update any like then they can change the name or the points of on my leaderboard or in the
Okay.
database overall.
So what did the JWT do there though? Like, how did it stop it?
So what the JWT did there, like before it was like open like totally, right? So
Mm-hmm.
someone could like easily like curled in whatever information they wanted to
Mm-hmm.
because I think I had something called slash battle.
Yeah.
There's a slash battle API.
Mm-hmm.
And so essentially they could just like curl whatever they wanted into it, and then they would like uh, they could change whatever information they wanted. So with my JWT, they would have to like it would be so tedious for them to like curl into it. So I was like, there's no way someone's gonna like make it worse for them and like
Like
try to
they,
figure out
but
a
they
way to like
can
hack into it.
technically curl the JWT and then pass that JWT into the call.
So you could, but you would also have to have the specific UU. So like I had another authentication system. So like in order to change what's on the leaderboard, you need the JWT token, like the session token, and you also need the two people's like they each person had a UUID, and like it got changed every single time. So they'd have to find that one, find the other person's, and then take the JWT, and then they'd be able to change the leaderboard. But I was like, there's no way someone's gonna go through all this, right? Like, there's gonna be some vulnerability when you're doing real time things.
Oh, so
So
I
I kind of had
see.
to do it.
So in your when you made the JWT call in the JWT, you had the people who were battling in there. Like,
Yeah,
in that like what was in your JWT token?
I had the two people, and then I had a session token.
Oh, I see. Okay. And then were you storing the JWT sessions or in the session token? Were you storing that in the DB too, like session ID, and then the two people that are battling in that session?
I actually didn't do a deep. Oh, it was in the server, but it didn't really store. It wasn't really stored in the DB.
Okay, but you
You
have
just you just
like
kept
a
on.
map or something.
Yeah. So like yeah. So it would basically just get wiped after like 10 seconds, and a new one would
Okay.
be created every new battle.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
Like,
this is the
like I
stuff
was
that they'll
thinking about
ask
it.
you in an interview too. That's when you gotta make
Dude,
sure you have
yeah.
it
I was
locked
like,
in.
okay. Funny story actually. I actually got an interview just from my LinkedIn post. Like genuinely.
Really?
Like
Damn.
someone reached out, some recruiter reached out to me, some like startup, like local startup, but like they're like they're still gonna pay me. And they're like randomly LinkedIn messaged me and like, oh, I just saw your post, like
Yo,
this and
add me
that.
up
But like
on
I fumbled
LinkedIn.
on it. Yeah, they add me up. Let's do an interview, right? Like let's talk. But
Yeah.
I look somehow I fumbled the interview and then they didn't give me a but it's I don't really care.
Yeah, add me up on LinkedIn and then send me your post.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I'll bet, bro. Oh wait, dude, I had to take down the LinkedIn post, bro.
Oh, okay.
But I could do it. Let me send you the video though. That was the most lit video ever. Let me see, what is it called?
Yeah, add me up on LinkedIn.
Got you, bro. My link is kind of dry though. I can't even lie. Dang, young meta. Oh wait, I can message you.
Yeah, you
Wait,
can
oh
message.
wait, no.
Just
Oh wait.
connect real quick, and I'll add you. Yo, Alpha, do you know GraphQL? Are you familiar? Who's in here? Alpha, Paul, Alex, what's up? Alex, have you used GraphQL too?
Where is this thing? Wait, so wait, why are you learning GraphQL again? You're gonna use that meta?
Yeah, just use. It's developed by Meta.
Oh wait, really?
Yeah, they created it.
Oh my! Of course, those demons created this horrible software.
Yeah, I think the main reason is they have like tons of automations and stuff, and it's just
Oh, for
easy
real?
to it just instead of making a ton of API endpoints, you just specify the GraphQL schema and then let the front end figure out how to query it whatever way they want. It's kind of simplifies things.
It's more fluid. That's the way I kind of like learned from it. It's a fluid way of making queries, calls. I'm sending the promotional video if you wanted to watch it.
The promotional video, where'd you send it?
Yeah, for the thing that got kicked out, I sent it
It's
to
on
you. It
YouTube.
has music too. Yeah, no, it's not YouTube. I sent it. I sent it to you on Discord.
Wait, it's sick. Wait, let me download it.
It has music.
Oh, this is sick. Connection clash. Oh, this is sick. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the people on the leaderboard just joined the meta actually.
Oh, really?
Pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah. Like, I don't even know.
Yo, yeah, this looks sick.
Yeah.
This really looks like that's a really good promo. How would you build it again? Like, what did you use to build that promotional?
That software, right? Yeah, it's so cool. Ah, dude, what is it called? It's called it's on my thing. I have to when I'm making my thing. It's called Screen Studio. If you're making any type of app or any promotional video, it's called Screen Studio. A lot of it's free. I think I paid for it because I wanted one feature,
Yeah.
but it's super sick. I recommend everyone
Welcome
use
to
that if you wanna make,
paradise.
like, an app and want to put it on your your LinkedIn or whatever.
Yeah. Yo, look at this. Look at this.
And
Are you on my watching my stream?
wait, I think I logged. Wait. I was on it, and then I scanned myself. I'm on it. I'm on it. Oh, look at you!
Look at this. I didn't do this one, but like, this is the UW summit, and it's pretty much like it's basically like you can do the same thing, and I was like playing it, so you could like choose different people. It's
Oh
like
wait, what the heck?
Joe's very similar.
Wait, when did you make this?
I didn't make this. I just played it.
Oh.
Somebody sent it to me,
Oh.
and then look, there's like a
Oh.
leaderboard too, based on Elo system.
Wait, when was this made?
I shot this video 2 months ago.
Okay, I got taken down 3 months ago, I think.
Okay. So
I'm the
this is
originator. Wait,
This is the company that got bought out.
what? They got bought out? Bro, what? There's no way.
Oh wait, go UW.
There's
Yeah, right
no
there.
way.
We got acquired by a YC company. They're relaunching soon.
Oh yeah. Those are the people. Those are the people. Yeah. Those are the people that. Yeah. Those these link people, right? I was talking about in chat. They commented on my LinkedIn post. They're like cool stuff.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy.
These are the original. They got bought. Wait. Wait. What is it? Wait. Is it? Is there a website? Wait, can you go back to the promotional video?
Yo, I know
Video-
this person
video
too.
streamer?
It's so funny. That's
Bro,
crazy.
what? Wait. I look like my front end better, no cap. But
Yeah, yours
that's
is nice.
that's another day, I guess. Wait, why didn't I get bought out?
Yo, hit them up.
Dude, what the heck? Dude, I added them and everything. They commented on my thing. They're like, nice thing, bro. I'm sad now. Why didn't I get bought out?
Discipline. Yeah, hit them up. Launch it again.
And they get banned from a university.
Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna say you're is because of this guy named James.
I'll launch it for
All
you.
right.
No, it's good.
Bet. Launch it for me.
Yeah, this is.
All right, boss.
This...
I think I'm gonna head out.
All right, man. Nice
I'm
talking
gonna head
to you,
out.
bro.
What were you saying? Wait, before I leave, what were you saying? Sorry.
For what? Or like you could try it out on the different schools too. Like I think what they're doing is trying to like introduce it all into one school. But yo, nice talking to you. Let's catch up again soon. Good luck on your stuff.
Dude, for sure. Dude. Thank you so much for letting me talk. That was
Yeah,
great
it's fun,
talking to you.
man.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
All right, hit me up anytime, bro.
Thank you, bro.
Peace.
Yeah, for sure. Peace.
Yeah. Who's working for free? Okay, back on some GraphQL stuff. Take a quick break, I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to eat something quick. How long is the video? 41 minutes? Goddamn. Yo, have fun. Have fun, Alpha. I'm gonna take a quick 20-minute break. I'll be back. Francis, for sure. Message me quick. Message me. Message me on Discord quick. Let me eat quick. Your long video. Hey everyone. So today I have a quick special guest. I have one of my friends who recently just quit his job as a six-figure senior data scientist and picked up pretty much everything and moved from Canada to Japan. And he moved to Japan to start his own company. So as soon as I found out he did this, I wanted to get him pretty much on the channel so he could talk about his life and what it's like to start a startup, what it's like to move to Japan. And he's done a lot of super interesting things in his life. So I just wanted to get him on the channel and just have a conversation because he's pretty inspiring. He's one of the smartest people I know. Taking a break. So let's just hop straight into this. Like, Donald, you said 2024 was an amazing year for you. This is his LinkedIn post that he just started beginning to pop off. But yeah, like, walk us through like what happened in 2024 and why you decided to pretty much leave everything you know in North America to go to Japan.
Yeah, man. No, thank you for having me, and hello to James's viewers. Essentially, I was working for a company called Shift. I was a senior data scientist, and I felt like I was stuck in my learning and my development. I wasn't working on the projects I really wanted to. So I had started doing some interviewing, like a lot of you are, to try and either find your first role or your next role, and the market's tough. It's insanely difficult. Okay, I was making it to the final round. I actually made it to the final round of Yelp, passed the final round, and then they got back to me and they're like, "Oh, we're going with somebody else." It was about a year straight of me doing this. And my girlfriend, she's Japanese. She told me, "Hey, I don't like my job in Canada. I kind of want to go back home." And after all of this stress of like me trying to find a better job or a different opportunity, I was like, "You know what? Why don't I come with you?" And she's like, "Stop it. Like, I'm being serious. I don't want you to joke around with me. Like, I'm actually thinking about moving back home and I don't know what to do." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm being serious too. Like, what's the risk of me dropping everything, starting to work on my own company, because clearly other companies are too strict in their hiring process right now, and just figuring it out on my own?" I looked into it. I found out you can get a working holiday visa as a Canadian citizen to go stay in Japan for a year. You can work there too. It took me 5 days to get it. I walked into the Japanese embassy in Calgary and I was like, hey, I want this visa. I got all the paperwork done. They're like, cool, come pick it up Thursday. And so from then on, it was just surreal. I'm like, wow, this is actually happening. I got to tell my parents. I told my parents, I'm like, listen, I'm going to Japan for a year. They were in shock. They were like, where did this come from? Like, why?
Yeah.
And so I kind of just explained everything to them. I'm like, look, I've been working this job for a while. I got promoted to senior data scientist, but I honestly don't feel like the learning is there. I don't even consider myself a senior data scientist. And I just want to learn more at a faster rate. And I want to learn what I want to learn.
Yeah.
And the only way to do that is to build my own path. So moved to Japan. I started a company. It's still a Canadian company. It's called Start Analytics. I'm sure James has linked our website in the post somewhere. And essentially, it is a dev shop for anything AI, software, mobile app development, and 3D web applications.
Nice.
For now.
Yeah.
What we want to do is we want to eventually find a product, but we're working to get there.
Nice. So how did you pretty much figure out, or I guess let's just start from the start. Like, you said that you left because the job market is not great and people are really tight on hiring. How was that experience for you? Like getting a job? Because I know you're a very accomplished student as well. Like, you did really well in your school. You know how to do data structures and algorithms. Like, you're a really top level student. So hearing you struggle with the job interview, is kind of concerning. So I'm just curious, like, how it was for you and what are your thoughts on the job market?
100%. And one of the things I noticed is when I graduated, it was 2022. It was May 2022, which was like the golden time to get a job. COVID had just, for the most part, finished its first year and everything was online. Every company was hiring remote employees. I did my shift interview and they asked me twosome. I'm sure you know twosome on LeetCode. It is literally just like, find if there's another number in this list that when added together, they make the second number that's in the parameter.
Yeah.
Super easy question. And all I had to do was pass that problem. I got a job. There was people getting tech roles in Amazon or Google or Facebook left and right. Fast forward 2 years later, it's the complete opposite. Everyone's doing layoffs. Companies are no longer hiring. You're out there competing against people with a decade of experience looking for the same pay as you. And so it just wasn't fair. I tried to even stick to my niche, which was insurance. And I was applying for different insurtech or insurance companies. And I was still getting beat out because the competition was just nuts. It was people with a decade of experience and also insurance and like 1,000 applications the moment the job is posted. And that's just not right. That's not how it was supposed to be, right? You go into this university degree, you spend 4 years, you spend tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds if you're in a more expensive university, and then you just come out and you can't compete. You can't use what you learned. It's a tough time. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna take this into my own hands and make it happen.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Like, I've seen a lot of people do that. Like, if they can't get the experience that they want to get, then they just make it for themselves, essentially. So you feel like what was kind of the experience that you weren't getting and that you're craving, and are you finding that now with starting your own venture?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So a lot of it has to do with the software and techniques being used. For example, I see a lot of LinkedIn job postings about data scientists or even data engineers, and they ask you to have Apache Airflow or Spark, or you have to have used like some sort of large language model technology like retrieval augmented generation. And this is all super cool, and I wasn't doing any of that in my job. And I'm like, how can I apply for senior data science roles if what I'm doing is not what other companies categorize as senior data scientists?
Yeah.
And so I was like, you know what? I'm just going to find a company that will take me on as a contractor, and I will propose to them what we're going to be doing. I'm going to use these softwares, and then if they want to pay me, great. If they don't have the budget for it, I'd love to give them a demo for free, and I still get value out of it because I learned how to use these tools.
Nice. No, that's really cool. And you're like you started a master's degree in computer science too, huh? Just to mix it all in with all the stuff you've been doing?
Yes.
So how's that? Like, why did you decide to do that?
That is a great question. I have a friend in Calgary who told me about it. It's the Georgia Tech Online Masters of Computer Science. It's an amazing program from what I've seen so far. It's fully remote. You can do it from anywhere you want in the world. It's incredibly cheap. I think in total the program is like $7,000 USD for the entire 2-year or 3-year, however long you take. And it's a master's in computer science. There's 6 different specializations to choose from. I believe the one I'm going to take is either machine learning or interactive intelligence. Both are very AI related.
Nice.
You can pick from a massive list of courses. I'm starting this semester with deep learning.
Yeah.
So right now we're just reviewing all the probability formulas and things we learned back from my undergrad. And then soon we're going to start getting into reinforcement learning and the different types of machine learning. And it's sick. I love it. I love being back in the grind and learning everything all over again as if I'm a student. Because I mean, I'm a student.
Yeah. Let's see. Like before we even, I want to definitely get into things about like Japan and things like you're starting in your company, but like what would be like advice that you would give to people job hunting? Because you just literally went through it and you just had some experience of it, and yeah, you were just navigating it. Yeah, just curious like if you have any advice for people who are just inside of that job hunt right now and maybe they feel a bit discouraged based on some of the things you're saying. Like, would you suggest them start their own company, or like how would they get a job essentially?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. And my opinion is just my opinion at the end of the day, right? So I might be wrong. I don't know, but this is what I've seen. Starting a company is extremely hard. Don't do it if you don't have the means to keep yourself afloat for a couple of months, potentially even a year.
Yeah.
I was lucky in which I was working remotely out of Canada, so my costs were short because I was living with my parents. So I saved up some money that I can afford to take a loss for a couple months to a year.
Nice.
For everyone else, if the only way is to find an employer that can pay you a regular salary monthly, I'd say that the way the market has turned is everything is now about sales, right? So even if you're an engineer, the most important skill you can develop is how to sell and how to sell yourself more specifically. Because if you just have a resume with things on it, odds are ChatGPT can still solve those things faster than you can. But if you can demonstrate the value verbally by communicating about yourself and showing them like why you're a better option than ChatGPT or using something else, which is a sales, right? You're selling yourself. That will get you a lot farther than just continuing to do your studies or continuing to do lead code questions until eventually someone hires you.
I see. Is that basically why you started building up your LinkedIn presence?
100%. Like I've always wanted to get into influencing.
Yeah.
I never knew how. I coincidentally was thinking about doing LinkedIn just because that's one of my favorite platforms. And I got accepted into this program by Mary Nova. She's this very famous LinkedIn influencer with over 100,000 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
And the program is to gather a group of people who want to get into influencing around the world. And we all do our posts at the same time of day every day. We like each other's posts. We help build each other up. And she kind of teaches us some new techniques we can use to get more viewers or increase our follower count. And so I've been posting every single day on my account ever since I started that. It's intense. It's hard to come up with content sometimes, but I absolutely love it. I think eventually I want to get into YouTube, but I just need to find the time to get there.
Nice. Now you have so much things on your plate. So yeah, I mean like one thing I'm interested in is you had this 6-figure cushy job. I'm sure that they weren't even working you more than like they weren't pulling you an 80-hour a week, huh? Or were they? So you had this nice 6-figure job and you literally just stopped working completely. How does it feel to not be getting money? Are you a bit scared? Does that affect like your ability to think straight when you're trying to work on your startup? Like, yeah, how is it from going from 6 figures to no figures? Because essentially a lot of people too, 6 figures, even for myself, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people will reach 6 figures, so they might be looking at you right now like, why did this guy throw away all his money? I mean, going to Japan is cool and stuff, but they'll probably be like, why did this guy throw away a 6-figure senior data scientist role? Why didn't you just go and learn the stuff on the side and then like put projects on your resume or something like that?
Yeah. No, that's a great question. And first of all, I want to start off by saying no ill intent towards Shift Technology. I think Shift is an amazing company. They're originally from Paris, France, and the culture is super relaxed. Like we get 25 days of vacation a year,
Wow.
which is unheard of, right? That's 5 weeks.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever used the full 5 weeks. I only maxed out at probably 20 days.
Yeah.
So great company to work for if you're looking for that work-life balance. It's people are amazing. I loved my experience there. As for the income, yeah. Honestly, my biggest, I don't like, what's the word for a non-supporter? Contradictor? Is that a word? I don't know. But was my dad. He was like, "What are you doing? You're making great money. Why would you want to throw it all away and just start it on your own? You can just do it on the side." The problem is when you work for a company, you are restricted. You don't know if things that you post on LinkedIn, they might not be happy with. They might tell you to avoid talking about certain contents because at the end of the day, you represent that company.
Yeah.
And on top of it, I also have to be available for meetings at a certain hour every day. And that distracts me from thinking about what I want to build for my company because I have to make sure that I have everything I need for those meetings too. So I just wanted to remove that distraction completely. The cost was, like you said, 6 figures a year. Personally, I'm not a very materialistic person, so I don't spend a lot of money.
Yeah.
I'm in a situation where I saved up enough so that I don't have to worry about money, and cost of living is really low in Japan. I don't think I spent more than $2,000 in a month here. Like my rent it's a 2-bedroom apartment. It's about $1,300 Canadian per month.
Nice.
Super cheap. And so I haven't had to worry about that yet. And of course, like I still do a bit of investing, right? Like I have portfolios in the S&P 500 and different ETFs and stuff like that.
Nice.
So my accounts are still slightly growing due to the market. But you're right. It is something to think about. And it took a shift in mentality because when you graduate university and you have all these debts to pay, the first thing you want to do is make as much money as possible. Luckily, I don't have any more debts, so I don't need to worry about that anymore. I can take the time and look at a long-term vision without having this stress holding me back of needing to pay these debts.
I see. That makes a lot of sense. So, I mean, to summarize the first portion, like the job market, it just wasn't that great, and you just decided instead of waiting around for the right job opportunity, let me create my own luck, create my own, like do things and make time to do the things you really enjoy. Because now that you're a founder, you get to choose what you want to work on.
Yeah.
So now you left everything in North America, you moved in Japan. How did you adjust to the working culture in Japan? Because I'm guessing it must be quite different, or even is it like, I'm just curious about that. How did you adjust to all that?
You'd be surprised. It's actually not that different. I think it's because a lot of these international companies just have a similar culture everywhere. And so I'm working a lot, like, and it's weird hours because some of my clients, like whenever the client is available. So if they're in North American time zone, I'll be up at 11 p.m. getting on a call with them. I try to stay strict in which I go to bed at 1. Okay, I'm never up past 1 a.m., but every now and then there's outliers. And obviously sometimes I have to wake up early if being awake earlier works for them too.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's weird to make this work-life balance distinction because everything I'm doing nowadays is for my career, right? Like if I go to a restaurant or a bar with a bunch of friends, the first thing I'll do is like understand how this restaurant's making money. What are ways that technology can help them out? I try to meet the owner and I talk to the owner. It's like, hey, how's your website? And then they're like, oh, I don't have a website. And then we show them a demo of something we could do. And that's actually how we got one of our clients, right? Nice. So it's a grind. You got to put all the effort into it. But when you feel like everything you're making here is just going to build on top of one another, you don't feel stressed doing it. It feels like it's enjoyable.
Yeah. And did that mind shift only happen after you quit your job, or was your mind always like working like that?
You know, it was like that when I was in university. When I started my job, it changed. It's really weird because the thing about getting a full-time job is you feel like you've made it at the start, which isn't necessarily true, right? Like you can get laid off at any time, as I'm sure a lot of these big tech employees have seen.
Yeah.
But you lose that hustle because no matter how hard you work, you're going to get paid the same amount in salary. And so what's the point of doing more? Now, obviously you can get promotions and such, but those take years. There's not a lot of instant satisfaction that comes back to you.
Yeah.
And so I was just like spending my afternoons going out, hanging out with friends, going to the lake, etc. There wasn't much motivation for me to do a lot of other things on the side.
But you weren't motivated. Like, I know you said you were motivated to get a promotion, and you did move up really, really fast. In just a few years, you were a senior data analyst. Like, moving up the ladder wasn't enough motivation for you?
Not really. Most of the time, unless you work for a FANG company, a lot of these medium-sized companies, when you get a promotion, the raise that you get with it isn't that much more significant.
I see.
And you're sometimes you get more responsibilities, but a lot of the times they just do it to fill a headcount. Like, we need this many seniors, this many juniors.
Yeah.
And so yeah, not really. That's my answer.
Nice. Okay, so this is not your first rodeo. You've done startups before, right?
Yeah. When I was in university.
Really? What was that one about?
Oh man, so me and 4 of my best friends, we got together and we tried to build a company called eTalent Group.
Mm-hmm.
And what we wanted to do was make a system for students to get unpaid internships much faster. The issues that we ran into is we didn't really understand that unpaid internships are like technically illegal in Canada. And so we had to stop before we even started our first project. But we put a lot of effort into it. Like, we got a lot of interest from companies. We got a lot of interest from students, because honestly, something like this would even be beneficial now more than it was back then, because the market's even worse and students are having an awful time finding ways to get work experience. And so we tried to build this out, but ultimately we had to stop once we realized that there was a legal barrier behind it.
I see. So that's your only startup, and then you started this one?
Yeah, pretty much. I've worked at a startup as an intern called BTG Energy. They're a pretty big company now. Back then, it was like 15 employees in the office, and it's just this oil and gas company. They were trying to make some cool technology products with respect to the energy sector in Alberta.
Okay, I see. So you had this startup. It didn't work so well. What did you learn that you were applying to your new startup in order to try to make this successful? Or just in general, what are you going to do different? What's your competitive edge and stuff, basically?
Yeah. Honestly, one of the biggest things I learned is try to avoid having too many cooks in the kitchen. So there was 5 of us all working on the same product.
I see.
And it was tough because we didn't necessarily have different roles. It's like everybody was a CEO. There was like 2 of us that could actually code. So me and my other friend Willie, everybody else was non-technical. And so we didn't really get a lot done in terms of like building out infrastructure. So what I would say is less is more, right? If you start a company with 1 buddy, 2 buddies max, you'll get a lot more complete than if you have a massive group of people and you're all bouncing ideas off each other until eventually you get nothing done.
And then how do you figure out who's going to work on what? How did everyone get assigned the role of CEO?
No, that's a good question. We kind of just had the idea. We all hopped in one of the math rooms at the University of Calgary.
Yeah.
And we just started brainstorming ideas of how we could put things together. We had a huge list of things we wanted to do, but we didn't really do a great job of assigning who's going to do what.
I see. That makes sense. So what are your thoughts on technical versus non-technical co-founders? If you're going to start a company with 3 people, how many people are going to be technical? How many people are going to be non-technical? And what are the roles that you would assign, like your dream team for starting a company?
I'm a little biased in this, but I think everyone should be technical, including the CEO. Like, I am technical myself. I can code, but I have experience doing sales. I used to do solar panel sales. I've done a lot of like product strategy. One of the clients I have right now for Start Analytics, I do a lot of like managing of their teams. And so everyone should be technical, but there should be at least one of those technical people who can also do the non-technical tasks.
I see. And what are the non-technical tasks?
Huge one is sales outreach. Like, do you have the confidence to just send a cold call out there or show up to somebody's office with a bag of donuts and tell them, hey, this is who I am. This is what I do. I want to make your life easier.
I see. So what would you say is your non-technical strengths?
So one, feels weird to say this about myself, but I think I'm very friendly, and people find it easy to open up to me because I don't give a threatening demeanor. I think my neutral face is smiling. Whenever you see me out in public, I'm
Yeah.
always just smiling. And that really helps people with understanding you and building trust, right? And at the end of the day, I care about trust. I have a lot of faith in my employees. They have faith in me, and I want to make sure that we all build something together and everyone benefits from it. And they get that vibe from me when people talk to me. They get the sense of trust, the sense of faith.
Nice. Cool. And then your company is very specific to AI, right? You started an AI startup in Tokyo, and you're pretty much in the heart of Tokyo, huh?
Yeah. So I'm about 15 minutes from Shibuya, which is where that massive crosswalk is
Wow.
that people can go diagonally.
So what are some technologies you're bullish on? Is it just AI? Is it crypto? Is it like yeah, what are you bullish on?
I'm really bullish on cloud and database technologies. The thing with AI is there's going to be something new to replace large language models eventually.
Mm. You think
And
so?
yeah, I mean, like neural networks were amazing and hot like 10 years ago, but now everybody's just switched over and they're all using different large language models instead.
Mm.
But database technologies, we're still using SQL, right? Like, how do you store information? That's not going to change a lot for at least the foreseeable future, especially as new businesses start being created and they want to start collecting data, and they don't have a technical background. For example, restaurants, right? Like if restaurants want to start collecting information, they're going to start with some sort of structured database, like a SQL database.
I see. So what does your startup focus on right now? Are you targeting restaurants and are you targeting making them websites, building out their analytics platforms?
Yeah, so we have two main things that we're targeting right now. Number one, which is more on the data science, data analytics side, is we're doing this demo for a company where we collect publicly available data using an API. We feed that into an Azure database, and then from that Azure database, we'll host an app on the web that will allow you to do machine learning with this publicly available data. And you can configure the weights on this app and then just press the refresh button.
Nice.
And for example, in clustering, you could use it to recluster different categories. So that's one, is just like from publicly available data to full stack web app with machine learning built into it. The second thing is restaurants. That's actually something I'm very interested in because I love going out. Both me and my girlfriend are foodies. We love to try new meals, especially Japanese food. I love Japanese food. And I'm always interested to see like how we can improve these family-owned businesses. A lot of them need technology. One of the demos we're building out right now is to help a restaurant allow their customers to order using a QR code, so that they walk in, they sit down at their table. If they're ready to order, they just scan the QR code and they pick one of everything and they press send. That way it saves the restaurant owner a ton of time from having to collect the order. It also saves them the risk of getting the order wrong, because there's been some like miscommunication that's happened with me from a language barrier and they get my order wrong. But if they can just read it exactly in their own language and see visually what items I want, that'll decrease that risk significantly. Eventually, we want to add the ability to pay on your phone too. Save so much time for the employees and the owner, etc. So those are the two things, right? Like the one is public data to ML app. Two is ordering via mobile.
Nice. And then how receptive are they to what you're trying to sell? Is it like a clear problem? You go in and you see that it's a clear problem. You're able to talk to them and they tell you.
Yeah, especially with foreigners, right? Like a lot of restaurant owners here find it difficult to communicate with foreigners in English because essentially you don't really need a lot of English in Japan. They're a very like tight knit community, which is awesome, and it really helps me for practicing my Japanese, because in a lot of other countries, if I was to speak that language, they would just switch to English and I'd lose my opportunity to learn a new language. And so for them, they're like, yeah, if we can have something like this, then people who don't speak Japanese will have a much easier time ordering their items. It'll be easier for us to truly understand what they want. Saves everyone time.
I see. No, that's really cool. And now you've worked in Canada, you've worked in Japan. you've worked in China. You're a bit fluent in. Oh, you lived in China.
Yes, I was there for a semester.
So you can speak Mandarin, right? And basic Japanese. That's crazy. You're pretty. That's pretty impressive. How
Thank
has
you.
working in the different countries shaped your approach to technology?
I love intermingling cultures around the world, right? Like, for example, in Japan, this everything yourself, eat by yourself, a lot of like introverted cultures here. And we don't really have that in Canada. And so I think that's really interesting. You walk into a restaurant and you see people, they're just in front of a kiosk and they're just picking out all the items themselves and they eat alone. It
Wow.
makes it extremely easy for you to just have a good time by yourself. You can't really do that anywhere else, right? Everywhere else, you need to get your friends or your family to come out with you. But that's very different here.
That's interesting. So you think people are more introverted there in Japan?
I don't want to make a generalization.
Yeah.
I think potentially, right? Like it's a lot of people say that about Japan. It's a very introverted culture, and I don't know it well enough to explain why, but it is a pattern that I'm seeing.
And you tried that. How does that affect you? Because you're more of an extrovert, I would say.
You can find extroverted people. They're mostly other foreigners. So
Yeah.
I have been hanging out with a lot of other foreigners. The only Japanese friends I have are either my girlfriend's friends or people I've met through my master's program that we just share a similar interest.
I see. No, that's crazy. So what's your routine like out there?
Oh man, it's
It's
in
a grind,
progress. I
huh?
I need to fix it.
What is it?
Like like right now, I'll wake up at with the sun. Usually, I like to get up with the sun, so either 8 or 9, whenever that is. I'll check my LinkedIn. I'll do my daily post for my company website. I'll usually have a meeting with my team around 11. If I have the time after the team meeting, I'll go to the gym. But a lot of the time, we just spend that meeting to do synchronous work, right? Like I love working with other people around me, and then
Yeah.
when it's remote, sometimes you just have to be in a call and chat with each other too for
Mm,
hours. Even I got a Google Premium account for that,
yeah.
and so we do that. By like 5 o'clock, I'll see if I have any meetings with external clients in person or like just go out somewhere and pitch to a new restaurant. Come back at around 8 o'clock. That's when I'll start doing some more work for my master's degree and I'll start studying. At about 11, I'll do my daily post for my personal LinkedIn account, right? So I try to do one for my company LinkedIn, one for my personal LinkedIn. And then by the time it hits like 12 o'clock, I'm ready to go to bed and just do it all over again.
Nice. And you do that 7 days a week?
7 days a week, except for Friday. On Friday nights, I like
This dude's a psycho.
to go out. That's my me time. I get my girlfriend and I get some of our friends from my school or my Japanese class. We all go out somewhere. Usually, we'll actually go to one of my potential clients' restaurants because we want to help out, of course. And we'll dine there. We'll have a good time.
Drink some drink I don't know what they drink there.
Sake.
Sake? That sounds like
Yeah.
fun. I need to visit you at some point.
Oh man, Japan's amazing. You got to come.
Yeah. Nice. So cool. From Mississauga joining in. He's about to do a coding interview. We're gonna try to get through a couple questions in the span of 50 minutes. Spend about 20 to 25 minutes in each question.
Hey everyone, John here. So in today's video, I'm going to be doing a portfolio update. Hey everyone, John here. So yeah, if you watch my last two videos, you'll know that I'm working on my front end development skills to try to deploy my full stack website. So I have a bunch of equity research that I want to host on my own website, but I can't. I tried to use. Hey everyone, John here. So Yeah, if you watch my last two videos, you'll know that I'm working on my front end development skills to try to deploy my full stack website. So I have a bunch of equity research that I want to host on my own website, but I can't. I tried to use AI. I tried to use GitHub Copilot to make the front end and then connect it to like a Django backend. But honestly, I blew the repo up with a by spamming AI. So I actually need to really do a tutorial, right? I know I'm all about avoiding tutorial hell, learn by building and stuff, but really I can't really avoid um, not doing a tutorial. So I'm gonna learn HTML.
Tutorials are still important, but try it yourself, then look at the docs, look at tutorials, then try it yourself. Then it's a cycle. You can't just spam one thing, just keep trying it without ever looking at the docs. That's my philosophy.
I'm gonna learn CSS. I'm gonna learn JavaScript, and I'm gonna learn about REST. I'm gonna learn about Git, all that stuff, right? Because honestly, I think I would have avoided blowing up my entire repo if I just knew how to use Git. But anyways, valid palindrome too. So we're gonna try to do this question. The reason why I'm still doing lead code Python is because I don't want to get rusty on my Python, right? Um,
Don't need to read any docs if you just vibe code. Nah, like just straight vibe coding is not the strat.
okay, let's just get after it. 680 dot valid palindrome.
You have two
2.
discords.
So
I have Jake Peralta and James Peralta Sweet. I need to consolidate them.
given a string s, return true if the s can be palindrome after deleting at most one character from it. Honestly, the other thing that I'm going to stick to is I'm going to stick to easy problems so I can like maintain more of my like cognitive bandwidth on learning, right? So if I spam a lot of easy questions over the next couple of days or weeks, just forgive me. Like don't be like, "Yo, why are you just spamming easy questions?" right? But yeah, so for example, ABA can be true. Like obviously this is already a palindrome, right? ABCA is true because you could delete C and then it becomes ABA. So what is a palindrome again? So a palindrome is like it's the same front reading it from the left to the right, from the right to the left. That's all that a palindrome is. Like for example, ABC is going to be ABC from the left to the right, but CBA from the right to the left, hence it's not a palindrome, right? So really like an easy way to do this is what I'm going to do is I'm just going to
Basically, a palindrome is a word that reads the same front and back.
I'm gonna just like take the left side. So for example, on this S, on example 2 input, right? At most one character from it. Like so, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to remove C by taking like like taking the left of the string, like a slice of the left, and then a slice of the right, and then checking if that's a palindrome. Um, I don't know. It's pretty self-explanatory. That's what I'm thinking, right? You take a slice, and then the other thing that I'm going to do is since I have to iterate through like the entire list, since I have to iterate through an entire list, I'm just going to, for now, make a list of the results, like true, false, and then I'll use the any function at the very end to determine whether or not a S is a palindrome. Okay, so so how am I gonna do that? So I'm gonna do answer.
Kind of makes sense. So try to delete randomly on each one. Like delete random elements from each one. And then see if that's a palindrome. But what if the original string is a palindrome also? Does he handle that case? I'm not even sure. We'll see.
Right? So at the end, so essentially at the end, I'm going to do return any and then answer. So if any of the results were true, this will return true, right? But before we get to that, what I'll do is I'll show you how I'm going to use like a slice of the string to remove all of the different characters, right? So I'm gonna do like, I think what will help actually is if I make a help per function, right? So if I do, oh man, am I gonna get grilled for this if I make a function within a function?
You won't really get grilled for that. People do it all the time, but it's not good practice.
Is palindrome. Wait. Why am I doing this? Right? Okay, so for I in range length of s, print s I plus s I plus 1, right? Run. Show you kind of what that looks like. What? That doesn't look right. Let me move this. Okay, so all right, so what I did was I took a slice of the left side and a slice of the right side. So for example, like a slice, so s to the I will literally be nothing, and then si plus 1 to the end of the string is going to be ba, right? So what I'll do is I'll check ba, I'll check aa, I'll check ab. Are any of those palindromes? If they are, then if any of them are, then return true, right? Hopefully that makes sense. And then you could just append. So what you could do is you could do answer dot append this is equal to
I'm eating Doritos.
that's I don't know if this actually, if I did I skip a bunch of steps here. I didn't think it was gonna be that easy. Let's see. So that pretty much print. Let me see if I could print this first, right? So in this case, in this first case, I'm checking if BA, AA, or AB are if any of these are palindromes. So that's what.
What do y'all think about his strategy here?
That's what this portion is doing. And then so for this string, because the question is asking after deleting at most one character from it. Does that mean it's valid if I don't delete anything? Like given a string s, return true if s can be a palindrome after deleting at most one. It's not at least one. So I need to also check whether or not s itself is a palindrome, right? So on answer dot append s is equal to s minus one, right? So all this is doing is it's literally just starting from the end and then reversing the string. That's all this is in Python, right? But yeah, this should also answer true, I think. Right? Bang. Hit submit. This should work, I think. Output limit exceeded. What the hell? Oh man. What? What's the answer? What does this mean? What is output limit exceeded meaning? Maybe I don't print it. What the heck does it mean output limit exceeded? What? Oh man. So it breaks on this? Okay. That's annoying. What? Do I have to do a 2-pointer solution on this? Let's see. Let's see if I could just make like a helper function within here. Diff is palindrome. And then what it does is it takes in string. For let's do p1, p2 equals 0 length of string minus 1, while p1 less than or equal to p2 if string p1 is not equal to string p2, return false, return true. Honestly, I did what's it called? I know is like I've worked with palindromes a lot, so it's very easy for me to like, it's just muscle memory at this point. Same with binary search. It's kind of like pretty what's the word? For me, like when I do binary search, it's like a 30-second implementation, honestly. Okay, let's see if this even works. Print is palindrome. See this. ABA should return true or print true. It's gonna do anything? What? Oh my god. I got so cocky there. P1 plus equal to 1, P2 minus equal to 1. Okay, I guess like my implementation time of like checking for this type of 2-pointer is 5 minutes, right? All right, so I got true. So that's pretty much what I'm gonna run on here. Answer. So I just made like a little helper function, and then instead of my initial implementation, because I think I'm running out of space, right? That's seemingly what happened here. Time limit or output limit exceeded. Instead of using the any function, I'm probably gonna just use a greedy algorithm. So like right whenever it returns true, it just terminates. But I'm still gonna use this, right? Like this for I and range thing works. If s is valid, is palindrome s, return true elif. You could just use else and then run this. Is palindrome.
Back to work. Sorry, I was just eating.
Disorder.
I was just literally
I don't know
just
if this
eating.
actually uses any space.
Back to work. Let's get it. Yeah, I was watching my brother code. Nah. Yo, Francis, let me look at your chat. Yo. What's your username on Discord? Bro, this stream is already like 3.5 hours long. I don't think you'll see. What the hell? Where is it? Input, Yeti, output. How do return offers How do return offers work from internships if you still have like a year or two left of the school? Well, usually they might not give you a full-time return offer like Cyclops mentioned unless you're actually graduating. So yeah, it might be like a return to do another internship. But usually when it's a return offer, it usually is because you're about to graduate soon. So if it's in a year, then they just let you finish your school off, and then the contract is for maybe when you finish school. That's how it is. That palindrome one, yeah, that palindrome one is annoying. Okay, let's figure out. Okay, I'm using flow in Babel. Oh, they got really sidetracked. So how can I set up flow? Did I already download Babel? Yo, what's up?
Yo,
What's good?
how have you been?
I'm good, bro. How you been? Were you the high school
Pretty good.
student
It's
or
been a
no?
minute. Sorry if my mic's trash. I'm outside on my
Yeah,
AirPods. Everyone's asleep.
it's jokes. You got the Best Buy internship, right? Or no?
Uh,
You have to do unpaid or no?
that was me, but no, it wasn't Best Buy though. Okay, I was gonna talk about that. First of all, I
Yeah.
just wanted to say though, like, congrats on like the YouTube growth though. It's crazy. Last time we
Word.
were on call, you were on at what, like 15K, and now it's like over
Really?
75. It's crazy.
Last time I
Yeah,
swear
I think so.
last time we were on call, I was like at 1,000 or something. You're like one of the first people I had on the stream.
Oh, really?
I
Yeah,
don't
I don't even
remember.
remember,
I
but
just
it's been a
remember it's way
while
back.
though. Yeah. But yeah, so I got a web development co-op at a marketing agency.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
So I think the resume critique definitely helped with that though.
Nice.
Yeah, so
So
thanks
like,
for that. That was
did you go
cool.
to school yet or not yet?
I'm in high school. It's my last year, so
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
yeah.
You already have an
So
internship.
I was gonna like sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, what were you saying? What was your questions?
Yeah, so pretty weird. So we were talking about like universities last time I was on stream. I got rejected from Waterloo CS and software engineering.
Damn.
I wasn't expecting to get in though. You need like a 98, 99 to get in. I was at like a 95. It's crazy.
God
But
damn. Still,
yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah. So it's like the Ivy League of Canada, I guess.
Yeah,
But
100%.
it's all good. It's all good. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, 100%. That's crazy.
Yeah. But I got something I think is better, I hope. I can't say the company, but
Mm.
you had some people on your stream from York University, like for your coding interviews I saw.
Yeah.
And they have this new program now where you work with a company for 4 years, and they give you a full-time salary like for the 4 years, and you get your degree at the end. So pretty cool.
They pay for your school?
Yeah, and you get a salary too, so it's pretty nice. So even though it's not Waterloo, I think it's pretty good. I lucked out for sure.
But what school do they put you in? Like it's their own school?
It's got to be York,
Oh, okay, yeah.
York University. Yeah,
Oh yeah, that's who they partner
Yeah.
with, right?
sorry.
That's who the company partners with, York, to get you a degree
Yes.
and a bunch of internship experience.
Yeah, did you read the text? I said the thing, but I don't know if I can say it
Yeah,
on
yeah.
stream. Yeah. So I think the way it works though, that's not the only company. There's a bunch of companies that partner with the school. And it's not like a normal CS degree though. It's called like digital technologies in computer science. It's like an applied science degree, so it's a little weird that way. Especially because like this is like my main question. I'm sure you know a lot about like the TN visas and stuff because you're from Vancouver, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So I was hoping to eventually go to the States, like maybe not right after I grad, but like eventually I want to go to like New York or something.
Yeah.
So I was wondering like, does the degree matter? Like it's not a normal computer science degree, so will I have like troubles trying to get that?
Yeah, like the short answer is I don't know for that situation, but the short answer is the degree matters for getting a TN visa. So when you're getting a TN
Oh,
visa,
yeah.
there's TN categories. So if you look up the TN NAFTA professionals, there's a bunch of different categories. So one of the category
Yeah.
that I applied for is software or engineer. You can't go in.
Right.
Well, the two ones that you will probably apply for is computer systems analyst or a
Yeah.
engineer. So if you
Right.
before back in the days, if you tried to apply for an engineering under the engineering status, and you only had a computer science, sometimes they gave you some trouble. But software engineering students got into it right away. But now they kind of fixed that. But
Okay.
what I would
that's
say is, yeah, like the degree definitely matters when applying at the border. So
Damn.
that's the part I'd be worried about a little bit.
Yeah. Hopefully I get lucky then. I don't know. Because like I said, it's a different degree. It's not even like a normal science, it's applied science. So I don't know.
Is
But
it gonna be
guess
a
we'll-
lot of coding and stuff? Do you know like if it's gonna be
yeah,
exactly
so
like comp sci?
it's so cool. It's like perfect for me because I love work way more than I love school. Like even with
Yeah.
my co-op right now in high school, we work basically 40 hours a week. So we get like a full-time salary, and then our school is like, so at York specifically, program, it's I think it's like mostly remote learning, like asynchronous, whatever. And then every like 2.5 months, you go in person for a week for like assignments and tests and stuff. So
Oh,
it's like
York in
mostly
general
work and some
is like
school.
that. I didn't know that. York is
No, no,
like
no, just
mostly
this
school.
program.
Okay.
Just this program. The normal CS is like any other school. Like you do your normal like co-op placements. Good thing about this is it's 4 years of full experience. Like you're not switching companies. You don't
Yeah.
gotta do onboarding every year. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty cool.
No,
Yeah.
that's sick. The main thing that I just be thinking about is just like the TN status thing.
Yeah,
But
for sure, for
yeah,
sure.
are you thinking of for sure taking it?
Yeah, yeah, it's locked. It's locked.
Or you already
I
accepted
signed
it
the
and stuff?
contract.
Ooh, that's crazy.
Yep.
Congrats, man.
Thank you,
Congrats.
thank you. Thanks for the help too.
Yeah.
But I was gonna ask too, do you have like your H1B or whatever, or is it just your TN? Like how does that like transition work,
No, I just have
if
a
you know?
I just have a TN. I don't have
Oh,
H1B, but
okay.
I might apply for it soon. We'll see.
Right, because isn't there like a limit on the TN, like 3, 4 years, something like
Yeah,
that?
and then you just renew it. I know people who've been on TN for like decades.
Oh,
You
damn.
could just
Okay, okay. I
renew
guess
it
it's not
every
that
three
big
to
of a
four
deal
years.
then.
It's so easy. I've had it mine renewed
Yeah.
at different companies before. They just like submit some paperwork and it just automatically gets renewed.
Okay, okay. That sounds good. So, is there like a reason to get your H1B then, or is it just like if you leave the company, like a security thing?
Well, TN status is you can't. TN status is H1B is more restrictive than TN. It's harder to. It's like a lottery. Then you have to like when you switch companies, you have to get it moved. It's more annoying
Oh,
than
okay.
TN honestly. But the TN is a non-immigrant visa, so that means you shouldn't
Right.
have intent of actually staying there. So you can't start your TN. You can't really start your green card process, or you shouldn't start your green card process if you're on a TN because that's showing that you want to actually move there. And if you try to apply for TN
Right.
again, you get in trouble. People still do it, but
Damn.
that's like a whole different story. But um, yeah, H1B is immigrant visa. So you come in as an
Right.
immigrant, and there's like if you want to apply for a green card, you can.
Yeah. Okay,
So
that makes sense. So, like H1B is like if you intend on staying there. So, are you gonna like you're gonna try to do that then and like stay there?
we'll see. Like right now, I don't have intent. I mean, I'm on a TN visa. But if I
Yeah.
decide that I want to stay, then maybe I'll convert it to H1B. But for now,
Yeah.
I have no plans of like staying here full long term. Like I don't know. Like I
You like
like
Vancouver better?
well, I'm from Calgary actually.
Oh, Calgary. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
Nice,
just don't
nice.
know. Like yeah, I'm on a TN status too. Like technically, if I said yes, I want to stay here permanently, and they see this shit, I'm getting kicked out.
Oh, oh, my bad, my bad. Didn't mean to do that.
But no, I actually don't
But
know. But like honestly, like yeah, I'm on TN status because I'm only here to work really, and
yeah,
when
no,
that
that makes
expires, I have
sense.
that.
Right. That's cool though. Yeah, thanks for the information. That's all I wanted to ask basically.
Yeah,
And
good
again,
luck,
like
man.
thanks for the resume review from a while ago. That helped a lot. Oh yeah, 4K subs. I see the thumbnail. Yeah,
That's
that's
crazy.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. All right,
Congrats,
man. Let's
bro.
keep in touch. Let's let me know how that. When do you start the program? Like September?
In August.
Oh wow,
Like
that's so
coming up
cool.
soon.
So that's when you start
Yeah.
working, but not doing classes yet.
Yeah, classes start September.
Okay, but then you'll actually be
Yeah.
working and working like full 40 hours a week.
Yup.
Wow. How many people are in the class, by the way? Like that they take in?
So for all of York, it's I think like 40 kids a year. I don't know. You have to get an offer from a company before you can start. Yeah.
But they do support a bunch of different companies, and then they do the thing. Like you get an offer
Yeah,
from
they
a
have
company.
just a few companies. They have like IBM, Shopify, Dayforce, Toronto Stock Exchange, stuff like that.
That's so sick.
So, yeah.
All right,
Yeah, it's
man. Good
cool.
luck, bro. Good luck.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Talk to you
All
later,
right.
bro. Peace.
Have a good one.
You too, man.
All right, bye. Talk
Peace.
to you later. Bye.
Man's a legend. 4 to 5. Dang, you got fixed up. Wait, hold up. Just gotta reply to someone real quick. No, your mic is good. I didn't even hear anything bad. Okay, let's work through some more GraphQL. Test. Okay, so. Wait, don't I need installation for some need of put this in the Babel RC file. Nah, man, you're good. You're good. I like chatting it up. Trailing comma. Yeah, you should be good, man. You'll figure it out. Worst case, just go for your master's or something in computer science. Because by then you already have 4 years of work experience. You might have money. Worst case. What? Why is it? Why is Babel not there? Wait, you can probably add to the dev dependencies. source, bin source. npm run build. Wait, what? Oh wait. So I'll run a Babel. Nice, it takes it out. What do we put in Babel? Okay. Okay, we're gonna do flow bin. What's this flow bin? Doing everything from scratch. Okay. I see. Is there like a flow extension? Flow. Nice, right on the... Okay, what is this? Why is this complaining? Wait, I don't want to label it as a TS. Cursor's tweaking. Is this the lint? Oh, okay, go to... Yo, good night, man. Good night. Okay, I had to disable the TypeScript language feature. Oh, you're right. You're right. Delete your TS config. I already deleted that. What did I delete? Okay, I might need to uninstall TypeScript. Okay, I just have like some Babel. What's TS node? Okay. Oh, I see. Delete that. What if I delete this? Okay, if I delete this, it doesn't complain. That makes sense. Yeah, let me see the. Set JavaScript.validate. Wait. Francis, have you used VS Code before? Or you just use JS doc? I need to figure out how to disable it, but let's see if Cursor can figure it out. What the heck? I think it's tripping. Um, okay. Disable for the workspace. Okay, you're right. Yeah, that should work, hopefully. What the heck? Is this a linter? Who's complaining here? Oh, you need to do TypeScript or JavaScript too? Yo, I don't think it's a good solution because now it's not even like type or it's not even like highlighting my code. Let's see. Yeah. Yes, sir. Just starting, man. Just starting. Yo, Liam, I'm playing around with using Flow, which is a different type checker than TypeScript. But it's just annoying saying .js and I can't do type annotation. It's used at Facebook. Wait, just dude, what the hell? This is annoying to set up. Dude, what happened? Dude, this is gonna be annoying. Liam, what are you working on today? Oh, nice. Finally. Dude, that's sick. Yeah, that sounds good. Yo, Liam, look, it's like a type checker. You can just like do flow right there. You just do flow. Now it's saying it's complaining to because string is incompatible with number. Yeah, so far it looks exactly like TypeScript. Well, they said that like, and I've had this before happen to me with very large programs, but dude, running the TypeScript compilers on super big code bases is really annoying. Like in most of my companies, it was so slow, and sometimes you need to like increase the amount of RAM that your VS Code could take in if your front end is really big. But TypeScript is developed by Microsoft. I'm sure they don't want to use a Microsoft product. Yeah. No, they have their own. They have their own stuff. Like they like to own things completely, so that I mean, if they need to make a change, they can just do it themselves, kind of thing. Dude, just the empty. But it's funny, you have to use Babel to transpile it. Babel to convert it to this. Is that even like accurate Babel? It's correct. Like, why isn't this here? Is that even accurate? Oh, I see. Yeah. Babel fixed. Nice. Alright, let's get back to GraphQL. What's it called? Can you... Okay. Give me a sec. Thinking in graphs. Bro, that's crazy how you even know GraphQL as a freshman. Yo, give me like 2. Quick start. What is this? Like, I set up GraphQL. Build schema. Alright, let's run this. Yeah, GraphQL used to be so confusing to me when I first started too, but after a bit, it makes sense. Yo, faint, man. We're just gonna grind. Did this thing hallucinate? Do I already have Express? I already have GraphQL and Apollo server. crazy. There's a lot to know. Run. Wait. Jeez. What's going on here? Okay, what are the different types? Integer. Okay. Sick. So we have our type defs. These are different types. We have queries. So we have our type defs and our resolvers, and then we just listen. Let's make some basic ones. One sec. All right, man. Good night. Thanks for tuning in. All right, so this is making a bit more sense. So if I go, is he gonna complain? What is this? We do const hello. Flow running. Nice. Who's doing this autocomplete? How do I make it so if I make changes in I see. NPM. Oh, peace out, peace out. Alright, see you, man. Yo, yes sir. Doing some setup. Did you just get home? Did y'all go out? I'm just playing around with GraphQL. Yo, how did it go? That leak code contest. How many questions you get in? Nice, that's sick. That's good. Wait, hell yeah, yo, you're grinding. Babel node. You saw the. What's Babel node? Yo, what are you gonna eat? Module not found. No, it's too late. I might just sleep right now in like an hour or two. How do I make? It's going crazy out there. Alright. Bet. What are you gonna work on? Okay, peace out. Okay, now as I make changes. Yo, this is crazy. Yo, this setup is gonna be nice. It just automatically compiles with Babel, puts it there, and runs it on my server. Yo, this is fun. Okay, I gotta look at my Apollo server. Hello. Hello world. I'm a new server. Yo, this is crazy. Okay, now I have it all set up. I might need to version control this. It says the link is expired. Okay. Are you part of my? Let's see. Where'd you get your Discord link? Try this. How do I unstage all my changes? Nice. Nice. So I'm just playing around my server real quick. We can version control it. Okay, let's learn a bit more about GraphQL again. Now that I have it set up, then we'll just run a bunch of queries through it. We'll do. With GraphQL, you model your business domain as a graph. Graphs are powerful tools for modeling many real-world phenomena because they resemble our natural mental models and verbal descriptions of the underlying process. Sorry, my eye is itching. I probably shouldn't be scratching my eye. Graphs are powerful tools for modeling many real-world phenomena because they resemble our. With GraphQL, you model your business domain as a graph by defining a schema. Within your schema, you define different types of nodes and how they correlate to one another. On the client, this creates a pattern similar to object-oriented programming. Types that reference other types. On the server, since GraphQL only defines the interface, you have the freedom to use it. Okay. Different types. How do you define a type? Yo, Catchings, are you trying to get a mock interview tomorrow or what? Yo, Catchings, you never know how good you are until we try it out. Software. Do software, man. Do software 100%. The GraphQL type system describes what data can be queried. Sorry, give me a sec. The GraphQL type system describes what data can be queried from the API. The collection of those capabilities is referred to as the services schema, and clients can use. Yeah. So this is what the schema is, I think. GraphQL. It's different. If you've seen a GraphQL query before, you know that the GraphQL query language is basically about selecting fields on objects. So it can be like hero, returns names, and what if we said, okay, let me try that out. Type person, returns a person. What if we did this? Me. This returns. To crashed. What did you do? Normalization. Wait. I'm vibe coding right now, man. No, yeah, I've tried it. Name. Yo, stop telling me to look at it. It keeps telling me to log in. It's so annoying. Let me log in. Trying to sell me. Sometimes I do resume reviews. Kind of depends on the day. Depends on how I'm feeling. We start with a special root object. We select hero field on that. For the object returned by hero, we select to mean by. Object that contains all the top level fields that can be queried. In the example you provided, the root object is the implicit object that contains the hero field. What do we do query? Okay. Yo, enter. So what's the root? The root has query. It has yo and me. Okay. So what's the root? The root has a query. Okay. So we have a root object. What do we have this? Can you rearrange the beginner to pro? What do you mean by that? Like you want me to do a session on beginner and pro object oriented? Another query. Wait, let me focus on. I mean, I'm down. Query. don't even know how this works. So what's the root? The root is query. Okay, how do you do a mutation? Yo, to the object oriented, I need to do some prep for that. All right, I'm getting tired. I need to look at this tomorrow. Everyone, thanks for tuning in. I'm gonna stream tomorrow. We're gonna be doing coding interviews. What everyone's favorite. So have a good night. What would you see the best way to start learning leak code? I have a playlist on this. I have a playlist on this, how to get good at leak code, where I kind of explain this whole thing. Check out this playlist. Alright, I'll be back streaming tomorrow. Yo, thanks for tuning in. I'll catch you tomorrow. I'm a little bit tired, so it's hard for me to answer people's questions, but tomorrow I'm gonna be answering lots of questions. See y'all in the next stream.